Theo 8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fishy Vishy. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit, it has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source, because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Hello, welcome back to the Lichess broadcast commentary of the Lewis Chess Legends 2024, live from Trondheim, Norway. I'm your host, Irene Sukandar, and today we're going to watch round number 8, penultimate round of the tournament. The last 2 rounds will be very important on who is going to be the first winner of the first edition of this Lewis Chess Legends. And well, it means that my days are counting down right now here in Trondheim. I've been enjoying my stay so far. The tournament has been great, and today we'll be watching some great matchups, big games on the first board between Boris Shuttlebashev versus Jan Ludwig Hammer. So I guess for the first time now, Hammer is taking on the lead, sharing the lead with Boris, of course. But well, we know the journey to be the leader of this tournament for Hammer hasn't been very smooth. He made a draw on the first round, and since then all the leadership has been taken over by other players. And as the first seeded, of course, he would like to get his title back, and yeah, we're gonna watch that. We're going to focus our attention on the first board, of course, while also keeping an eye on other games that could be interesting as well. And let's also update ourselves on the general information of the tournament. So we'll be playing 9 rounds of Swiss system here. Today is round number 8, and tomorrow is going to be the last round. We're playing from the Archbishop's Palace in Trondheim, Norway. The players will get 90 minutes for 40 moves, with another 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and they will have 30 seconds increments starting from move number 1. And let's take a look at the standings. So as I mentioned earlier, Jan Ludwig Hammer is sharing the lead now with Boris Shuttlebashev with 5.5 out of 7, and we have 4 players sharing the 3rd place with 5 points. Benze Korpa, our previous leader from previous games, Isaac Stormy, Jung Min-soo, and Mats Vesby Ellingsen, who played a really nice game against Toivo Kenanen yesterday and managed to beat Kenanen. And we also have a lot of players with 4.5. And let's take a look at the schedule, round number 8, and the pairings. Of course, the first board is going to be our focus of the day. Boris Shatalbashev is playing with white pieces against Hammer. And on the second board, we'll see Mats Vesby Ellingsen versus Benze Korpa, who would really like to avenge his loss and come back on the leadership board. And on the third board, we have Jongmin Seo versus Isaac Storme. And as usual, we're going to also see some other games, not only on the top boards, but also Safi Tasri here, finally making it on the top board and playing against Aham Amar, who drew against Eric Rosen yesterday. And Eric Rosen himself is playing against Tor Fredrik Carlsen, the coach of the Norwegian women's team for the Olympiad. So it's going to be quite an interesting matchup. And also, as usual, I will also direct us to the board of Pia Kramling and her husband, Juan Belon Lopez, because their games are always very instructive and very interesting to watch. Well, without further ado, let's dive in straight to the game on the first board. On the first board, we have the leaders playing against each other. It's going to be interesting who's going to be more ambitious in this game. Let's actually take a look from the starting position. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, knight f3, c5. And we see here g3. So, yeah, this could be actually quite equalizing very early on, because there will be some trades. I believe castle, bishop g2. This is pretty much what it is on theory. And here d5. Takes on d5, takes on d5, takes a... oh, I thought he's going to take on d5, but queen b3 is actually a very tricky line here. Queen f5 was played because the knight is still pinned. So white played a very logical move here, bishop d2, trying to protect the knight. And after knight c6, Boris thought, okay, I'm not gonna make any more wasting tempo or anything, because I really have to castle, which he did right away after taking the c6 knight. And after bishop takes c3, he decided to take it with the pawn. So what we have here is actually very interesting, because white has a pair of bishops and black has one bishop and one knight, but this knight is a very good knight. It is very centralized. On the normal day, you should be worried of a move like c4, which actually Hammer has to be worried now, because the rook has just moved to d1. Before this move, c4 is not going to be a good move, because the queen is just going to take the bishop on d2 right away, because that bishop is hanging. So both players look like they've been blitzing the moves here, so, and playing very confidently, which is really nice to see, because, well, don't waste too much time on the opening if you already know it, and if it's still well within your preparation. And I just saw a move there. What did Hammer just do? Queen c5, I think, from the camera. Yeah, he did queen c5. So he's stepping his queen aside, because c4 is coming. When c4 is coming, you're going to lose the knight on the center. So this is something that he was trying to anticipate. And queen c5 is pretty nice. It's very well placed on kind of like in the center, and also you have many ideas here. Bishop is attacking e2. This is something that we shouldn't forget. And also at some of the lines here, the bishop can just go to c4. And what just happened? e4. So Boris here played very energetic chess. He just played e4, attacking the knight on the center. And where does this knight go? Could a move like bishop c4 be happening first before moving the knight? It is possible, because after this knight moves, potentially white will pair it up with bishop e3 and hitting the queen on c5. Bishop c4 has been played as we predicted, and I think now the queen will go to either a4 or c2. Oh, I was wondering, this could be some not perpetual, repetition. If you go queen here, the bishop can go to b5. Oh, are we going to see this? I don't want to predict this to happen, but there is some potential idea that it can be happening. But of course, black can play knight b6 if black wants to play for a win in this position. But knowing Hammer, probably he's gonna go fight for a win here, even though he's playing with black pieces. So we'll see. It is a big decision for Boris now, whether he's gonna play for a win or he's gonna play just for equalization. Well, I think white is always slightly better in this position because of the pair of bishops, but yeah, I think the advantage is very slight, very slim there, so it's almost non-existent. But now, where does the queen go? Queen c2 or queen a4? Just trying to think for a little bit. Queen a4 was played. Okay, all right. Now it's all in Hammer's hand. Whether he's gonna play bishop b5, queen b3, queen a4 again, bishop c4, something like that. Looks like Hammer is about to, make a move, because usually when he's thinking, he would put his right hand around his face. But is he going to make bishop b5, or is he going to make knight b6? Also, there's some possibility when they're making some repetition for the second time, and on the third time they just play something else. Like here, they can just play knight b6, and I mean the position is still very nice for white. You just move back to queen c2, and bishop e3 is coming, so it's a good test to see what is your opponent trying to get out of this position, because sometimes you also don't want to play for a draw. Sometimes you also play for a win, but then you just want to see trying to see, like, is your opponent playing for just for an equal position, or is he ambitious enough to play for a win? We'll see, because again, this is round number 8. Players are getting exhausted, especially those who played long games yesterday and a few games before. Like one of the players here yesterday, Mats Vesby Ellingsen, he played such a long game against Kenanen. Also, Hammer yesterday had quite a long game against Arnold Riss. So probably coming to the last round, which is going to happen at 11 in the morning tomorrow. So usually over the all the rounds we play at 5 in the afternoon, but tomorrow we're gonna play 6 hours earlier, which is at 11 a.m. So it's going to be quite a big time adjustment for the player who always have their routine probably pretty late, like myself, waking up late in the morning, having like no breakfast but just brunch, and then have some coffee before the game, and then just dinner after. So yeah, we have the last game tomorrow at 11, because in the afternoon we'll have a closing ceremony after that. So well, it is quite a strategy too, and especially for Hammer, it's not gonna be so bad if he's going to repeat. And by the way, the position is this one, queen a4, because potentially tomorrow Hammer will be playing with white pieces, and as a tournament player, I can tell you that playing with white pieces on the last round is helping a lot, because we always know that it's always easier to prepare with white than black, and then to play for 3 result game for white than black. So, but we are not gonna see repetition here because he played knight b6. So it's a good spirit. I really like it. And queen will move to c2. Oh, he's offering an exchange of the queens on b4, which is very nice too. Yeah. I guess here Boris has this approach of playing a 2 result game, because I don't see any risk in his position. His pair of bishop is just very beautiful, and with this pawn on e4, it limits the activity of this knight. It is no longer centralized, but the game is still ongoing. But I'm a bit worried of black's position right now, actually, because bishop e3 is coming, attacking the knight on b6, and also attacking the bishop on c4. Like, how are we going to continue this position? Probably after bishop e3 there is bishop e2, and you're trying to exchange this bishop, because potentially this can be quite a dangerous bishop. And when the rook moves here, maybe attacking this. Yeah, even though this might get exchanged, but white has quite a really nice attack here, having a full control over the d file, attacking b6, attacking c6. So not sure what Hammer has in mind. And what just happened? There's a move already. Bishop e3 is already on the board. Yes, so we're seeing actually the right position according to our analysis. What will Hammer do in this position? Yeah, this one is hanging, and then this one will be hanging because of that one. So the most logical move in this position is to play with this bishop. Either you move it to e2 or either you move it to a6. But if you move it to e2, as we saw, rook d6 is there, it's going to be quite nasty. Like, there are two things being attacked at the same time, probably in the endgame, after bishop here. And actually, you don't need to take, right? You're not necessary to take on f3 right now. You can just let it be and then grab this pawn, and then this is just a pawn up for nothing, and white should be just better. So yeah, I'm a bit perplexed here for black, like how to continue this. Looks like white's play is kind of easy, or probably yeah, I don't think Hammer can also repeat, because after queen a4 bishop b5 here, probably the move is this one. This is what I didn't see before. Queen a5. I like that move. Oh my gosh, because after knight b6 you can play a4 and the bishop is pinned. Sorry, so I think that was my mistake. I was hoping for some peaceful game on this board, but there's nothing peaceful about it. Yeah, and now white is winning, so probably that's something that he was trying to avoid. So after this, the only move that you can play is probably queen b6, so that if you take this, knight can take. But unfortunately, I think there's one good idea in this position, that is c4. Oh man, that's such a nice tactic that I just spot on. Yeah, this is why I love Lichess commentary, because I'm trying to also train my tactical skill here. Again, we usually don't do the analysis with the engine unless we're going to confirm our evaluation afterwards in a complicated position. But for this, I don't need an engine. Yeah, c4, let's say you take this, and then these are attacking these pieces at the same time, and I don't think you can save two of them at the same time, so you will lose one of these pieces. Alright, so that's why knight b6 was played, and now queen b4, queen h5, bishop e3. I think I like the opening choice by Boris here, because yeah, it looks like a very safe choice. Like I said, he's playing with two result game here. I don't see a way of beating white instantly, because white's position looked very nice. What else can be said here? Yeah, white is taking, but it's still quite a long way to really see a big advantage. Actually, let's check with the computer about the evaluation of this position. Yeah, white is always slightly better. So computer suggests that bishop e2 and rook d2. What about rook d6? Just wondering. Sorry, I forgot about knight c4. Yeah, this is not really good. Even though black is down a pawn, but this position is I mean, double pawns on the center, and then hanging pawn here. Yeah, so black will have a total compensation for this. Okay, so rook d6 is not that great, so rook e2 is what's suggested. And what about bishop f3 here? You pretty much just take everything, I guess. Or a4. Takes here, king takes here, rook fb8, and yeah, this knight is kind of a bit awkwardly placed, because I don't see the prospect of this knight. When it was on the center, it was nice, but because of the pawn on e4, you have to move it. Okay. Bishop e3 is still on the board, and Hammer, as usual, he's taking his time to think of the position because, well, this is a very important game. It is a very important round for him. If he would like to be the leader of the tournament, he has to win today. But Boris, on the other hand, is also a very capable player. We saw his win yesterday against the leader, Bence Korpa, who is not leading anymore, of course, because of that loss. So this is a very interesting matchup. Talking about Bence Korpa, he's playing on the next board against Mats Vesby Ellingsen. So let's take a look what's happening on their game while waiting for Hammer to play his move. And we have a French. Okay, let's see. E4, E6, D4, D5. And yesterday it was also another French when Mats Vesby Ellingsen playing against Toivo Kenanen. So 2 French defense for Mats back to back. And he keeps playing his advanced variation. He sticks to his repertoire. And here, instead of playing A3, A3 was played yesterday because his opponent played Queen B6 and then he played A3 variation. And then in this game, he tried to play a more variety of moves by playing Bishop E2 and Knight G7, Knight A3, C takes D4, C takes D4, and Knight G6. And here, since the knight is placed on G6, H4 is a totally understandable move. You just want to attack the knight, but after H4, Bishop E7 was played, so probably Korpa is getting ready for the attack. After H5, this knight can move back to F8 or move up to H4. But if moving up to H4 here, what I don't like is after this position, there is Knight B5. Although probably it's still fine. Bishop goes back to E7, but here maybe I can force something like this. And then the dark square will be very weak. So probably after Bishop E7, Korpa's idea is to play Knight F8 and slowly developing the knight via different square, like H6 here, Knight H7, and probably Knight G5, something like that. So Mats here is still thinking. Yeah, it's now a question whether he's going to move the pawn up or not, or he can also play a move like G3 here. Big question actually, which one that he's gonna play in this position. Okay, let's go to the third board. It's a Sweden all Sweden matchup here on the third board between Jungmin So versus Isaac Storm. So Jungmin So yesterday, I think he won. I forgot who his opponent was, but Isaac Storm yesterday won a really good game against Frodo Urkedal. Well, it was quite a roller coaster game, if you remember from yesterday's action, because it was from Marshall. It was Marshall Gambit, I remember. And at some point, Frodo was close to winning. Probably, yeah, the evaluation is pretty high up there for Frodo. But in a time trouble, he blundered. And Isaac managed to convert his advantage and won the game. Okay, let's see how the game goes. D4 knight f6, c4 e6, and queen's gambit declined. Bishop e4, okay, starting to play. Oh, I thought queen a4, and then we'll see Ragozin. So queen b3, c5, takes c5 and knight a6, c d5. Okay. Still in the opening here, still not out of the book yet. All right, and let's quickly check between the game between Milton Panzer versus Sebastian Bogner. Yesterday, Sebastian Bogner, he was losing against Savita Sri from India. Yeah, but Savita just missed one move in the end game, in the rook and pawn end game, where she could have had a much winning position, and she missed that, and Sebastian managed to equalize it, and they drew the game eventually. So let's see what happened in this game. d4, knight f6, knight f3. Okay, we see another. Oh, I thought it was going to be a queen scabby decline, but now we are seeing Catalan. Bishop b4, bishop d2, and this is the classical approach in Catalan. Funny enough, Sebastian is also playing Catalan himself as white, so he might have, yeah, he should have actually a good weapon against it, against his own weapon actually. So b6, yeah, this classical approach has been played. It's becoming trendy again these days, this classical defense of Catalan for black especially, because black can play so many things against Catalan, and this one is one of them. Knight b2 and c5, d takes c5 and b takes c5. Okay, so looks like everything is pretty nice now. B takes c5, of course. You'd like to get use of this diagonal, but how do you do it? Because the knight is now on d2, d4 is coming. Many moves, many games, I think, should be like this. C takes d5, and after e takes d5, it's very thematic to play against the two hanging pawns in the center. This is another theme in chess where, yeah, you don't know whether it is actually a strong thing to play or a weak thing, because it depending on the position of your pieces, of course. Like what we see with the idea of IQP, isolated queen's pawn. People are still playing it, and people are still playing against it. So it is that theme that can always be played, because you just have to know what sort of a strategy that you have to play against it. So I myself, I like having two hanging pawns like this, coming from a queen's gambit decline position with the b6c5, but some of the players also don't like it, and they actually like to play against it. So here we can potentially see this happening, because after c takes d5, I don't think actually anything is possible. Knight takes here is possible, bishop takes here is possible, but I think this is the less likely move to happen in the game, because it will just lose some tempo with e4, and bishop has to go back, and probably what to do here. Okay, the pawn on e4 is a bit weak. I really like to move the knight to c4, but yeah, the pawn is pretty weak now, so probably we gotta do some shuffling here with the in the back rank by playing rook e1 again, and then put the other rook on d1, because this setup was meant for the other rook on c1 and attacking on the c file, but there's nothing else to attack on the c file, so probably just play rook e1 and put the other rook on d1, and then there you go, you can have your knight c4 and have a better center, and going to play against this, how do you call it? It's not a QP, it's hanging pawn actually on c5. So bc5 is still on the board. I like taking this, and if knight takes, or probably this is something that black is planning to do and white is trying to avoid it. because you wouldn't like to trade this knight with the bishop. This bishop could be more valuable than the knight. So although you can play knight c4, knight takes, queen takes, and probably this position black is fine because of this pair of bishops. I like this move, queen c7. You don't have to worry about getting attacked because now there is no dark square bishop for white anymore. There is no attack on here, there's no attack on here or here, so queen c7 is pretty safe, and you just move the rook to d8 or probably the rook to c8 and black is fine. So okay, now I can see why c d5 is not that great. If black took it with the other pawn like this, I think white should be fine because you just play e3 and everything is pretty safe, and then probably some move like b3 or rook c1 or even knight b3, and then you're just playing against these two pawns. But black will also have quite a good defense against those attacks, so it's going to be quite interesting. But yeah, the thing is after c d5, queen knight takes d5 is the main move. So alternatively, what can be done in this position? d4 is coming, so you have to be ready about it. e3 is looking very natural, but I think what's also interesting is a move like knight b3 here, because knight b3, because if you take this, the knight can jump to a5. Yeah, actually this is not so bad. The bishop is so strong now. Let's say bishop goes here, and probably what we can play is queen here, trying to attack this. Yep. Or what else can be done in this position? Yeah, I think just this and then queen a4. Although yeah, e3 should be fine too. So white has those candidate moves for this game. Knight b3, e3, or take on d5. He's still thinking, Milton is still thinking. I think I'd like to go back to the first board first because I saw some moves happening on their game between our leaders, Boris and Jan-Ludwig Hammer. So Hammer played a correct move actually, bishop e2. But here, instead of playing rook d2, Boris quickly played rook e1, surprisingly. I would normally take over of this free file, but rook e1, of course, rook e1 is not losing or anything. It's just that just trying to find the idea behind it, because if you're trying to attack the rook, you can do so from d2 as well, and your rook is still pretty much in a good file. Or probably what he doesn't like after, actually what could be the answer? Knight c4. But knight c4, you have this tactic, rook here, knight c4. I think you have g4. If you take with the bishop, I think queen takes c4 here. If you take with the queen, and then you intercept again with f3. And then after you take it with the bishop, now you take the knight. Luckily, the rook is here, or maybe it's not luckily, it is all calculated. And it can protect the bishop on g2. I think Boris played it a bit too fast, because there's this tactic. Because obviously you have to play a move like rook d2. Probably he just didn't want to calculate all these tactics. But yeah, knight c4 is harmless. There was another one. Maybe he thought about this one. Rook takes e2. Maybe this is what he had in mind, why he rejected rook d2 idea. Because after here, you might see, oh, queen is attacked. And the knight is also being attacked here. But there is this queen. Yeah, there is this queen b2. You're attacking the rook, you're also kind of saving yourself from the attack from the threat on e2. And now if you take here, the knight will go back to a4. And if a4 itself, probably black is on time. I mean, the black knight will not get trapped anyway. Like rook here and then knight here. So probably this is something that Boris missed, because again, players are getting tired, so I'm not gonna be surprised if he missed this type of tactics on the penultimate round. So yeah, this is actually nice. Rook d2. I think he missed this idea to play g4, this interception move. Okay, as usual, we got our analysis. Let's see what the computer says. After knight c4, yes, g4 is there. I'm pretty happy with myself. And if you take queen takes g4, f3 is there. Correct. And after this, you just take on this. So the computer suggested after f3 you play queen g6, but then that's it, right? You just win a piece without anything. Oh, such a beautiful tactic. So I can clip it and then show it to my student. Black just play knight c4, just in case that white played rook d2 and then there's knight c4. Okay, find the tactic here. Yeah, this is what we call with interception. You're intercepting the queen's control over the bishop, and yeah, this bishop is kind of overloaded as well. So I don't know, interception / overloading perhaps, because this is kind of hanging. It has to keep protecting the knight on c4, but thanks to this interception and then another interception, white is going to win. But he didn't do that. If any of the players on this first board finish and is willing to come to the studio, I would ask this question, and especially to Boris. If Boris is here later after the game, if he is willing to come to the studio, I would ask this, whether he missed this idea or not, g4 f3, because he played rook e1 very fast, and now after rook e1 things are better, because now knight c4 you can do that, because the thing with rook d2 is you're protecting the bishop on g2. That's very, very important. And now you cannot do this interception anymore, because now this bishop is hanging and you cannot protect it. Okay, same but different. Yeah, like it looks similar, but yeah, it's totally different position. And now Hammer called it rook e1, and then he played knight c4, trying to start punishing his opponent for this inaccuracy. Yeah, wow, so it's a big miss by Boris. Actually, I know he played it a bit too fast after rook e1, but how fast? Bishop e2, yeah, he didn't really spend, he only spent like a few seconds, but probably because Hammer was also thinking quite long beforehand, and a move like bishop e2 is expected anyway, so he wouldn't like to think too much and then just play the move. But now after knight c4, yeah, the computer gives is slightly better for black now, because I think suddenly all the black pieces except the rooks, they are very well placed and attacking. So knight c4, it's attacking the bishop. I think you couldn't afford losing this bishop to the knight. So probably if you move it, oh, I'm just looking at this possibility. Let's say you move it, you want to give a counter attack, because that bishop is being attacked. Bishop c5, but unfortunately after rook b8, where does the queen go? The queen can only go to one square, that is to a4, but probably there's something there. Okay, queen a4, if you take this, white can take this. Probably black is still better anyway, but I think a better move would be, which is a better move? Like knight here maybe? Or even knight here. The idea is to go here or here, and then the king is kind of in the matting net there. Wow. Okay, this could turn into a huge disaster. But knight c4 is still on the board here, and Boris hasn't played yet. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna play bishop c5, because that looks really, really hanging. What else? Queen c5. I think in this moment already you have to start trading pieces and try to make the position even more simple. So simplification like this probably is needed. But then after queen c5, if knight takes e3, you can take it with the queen and white should be fine. If queen takes here, bishop takes, and this bishop has to go probably to g6, and I think white should be fine. So probably after queen c5, the move should be e5. Trying to stop everything like that. Oh, maybe also this move, knight e5. We saw it before too. Yeah, probably. But e5 is also looking nice. You're allowing this to happen, but okay. We saw this type of position before. I mean, black is down a pawn, but the position is much better. Rook here is coming. Yeah, and this bishop is going to be a very sad bishop. Knight c4, and I think after this, Hammer is taking the lead in this game. Let's quickly see on the fifth board, we have Savita. Yes, and she is playing against Amar Elham. And whoa, what's this? Sicilian. Let's take a look. e4 c5, knight after d6, d4 takes, and knight off, I guess. Yeah, knight off. And Savita chose to play bishop e3 variation, e5, knight b3, and bishop e2. Yeah, it's a bit puzzling me because usually she likes to play like a more concrete line and very direct, very straightforward, and usually you start out with bishop e3. Most of the times you pair it up with queen d2 or f3 and then long castle. But here she played bishop e2, so it's already a sign that she's gonna play short castle, because if you're playing long castle and then you play bishop e2, it's kind of like a wasting move. So here knight bd7, and she just do the short castle. It's still a solid approach for white against this knight off, but yeah, I was hoping for something else because it's not the most challenging variation to play against knight off. Alright, so we're still within I think the opening slash the transition to the middle game perhaps. Still many things will happen in this position. The rook is here trying to play c4 at some point, and probably Savita is thinking about it now because that looks like the move to make. Yeah, but how's the time situation? Okay, so she's been thinking for 2 minutes and still on and trying to figure out if there's any drawback of this move. c4, probably it's fine. Okay, usually we see this many times in knight off too. Usually black will try to step aside here with the bishop to g6, allowing f5 to happen. So let's say, yeah, now f5 and e4, f4 is gonna be the idea. So c4 is already on the board, so we're seeing the right position then. Yeah, I think Amar will play bishop g6, and then he's gonna plan to play f5 as a counter attack. So Amar has been playing not so quickly actually in this opening. I don't know what is his main repertoire. Oh, he played something else. What could it be? b6 was it? I cannot really see it from the camera. He played b6. Okay, b6 first. Yeah, probably trying to stop everything with the c5 idea, because also another idea is to play after that queen d2, knight a5, and then play b4. So b6 is like stopping everything, and probably you don't need to go bishop g6 anyway, because the idea of b6 is usually you want to put the knight on c5, and then if any takes, knight takes, you take it with this pawn. All right, and let's go to I really like to see our friend Pia Crumbling. Yesterday she made a draw, and let's see if I can get the camera towards her. Oops, not the camera 3. She's on camera 2. Alright. And I think she should be playing somewhere here. Oh, we have Frodo as well on board 10. Okay, I don't see any players on the board in the far end of the camera, but I hope that is the board of Pia. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on the camera whether we got the right board or not. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6. So Pia is a d4 player and she's been very consistent playing it. And we see here is a Queen's Gambit exchange. So bishop g5, bishop e7, e3, h6, bishop h4, castle. And I think for this Queen's Gambit exchange, she has similar repertoire to her husband, Juan Belon Lopez. And I think we got the right camera, yeah? Yeah, she's there on the far end of the camera. Now it is her turn, so let's see quickly what's happening on the game. c6, knight g2, knight bd7, queen c2, rook e8, f3, and b5. Yeah, this is a very tricky order of moves because with this knight g2 idea, Pia is trying to prepare for all sort of possibilities that she can castle on the short side, she can also castle on the long side, and she's still making it flexible right now because this queen c2 also making it flexible. And after the next move, she's still delaying where she's gonna castle by playing f3. And b5 happens, and this is already a sign like, hey, black is going to attack on the queen side. So if you're putting your king on the queen side like this, ooh, you're gonna get attacked very soon. Probably a5, a4, b4, and something like that. So after b5, she decided to castle on the short side. Knight b6 and bishop f2. This is a typical bishop moves as well, because with this type of setup, you're trying to prepare of the pawn push to e4. You're planning it, you're trying to find the right momentum to play it, but knowing Pia, she's going to be very patient. She's going to get all her pieces ready first before all this attacking idea in the center. So after bishop e6, yes, she played rook a c1, and after rook c8 now, I don't think this is the right time still to play e4. Maybe she's gonna play something like king h1 here, or a move like knight g3 first, or moving the queen to b1. Anything can happen. Probably knight g3 or knight f4. This is also another candidate move. Or b3, probably, to stop knight from coming to c4. Yeah, so Pia has many candidate moves to think about in this position. Queen's Gambit exchange these days, it is very popular again for both colors, white and black. Black has some new ideas, some fresh ideas, where usually in the old days, when you're playing against this crossbar structure, you're playing in the center. For black, playing in the center or to the king side. But these days, there's so many games where you can see that players are just playing on the queen side with the b5 idea or with the a5 idea, and putting the knight on a6, something like that. So it's quite refreshing to see how this variation has evolved over the years. Because I played constantly. I kept playing against the Queen's Gambit exchange. I mean, I always play black, and sometimes I also play white too. All right. While we are on this camera, I guess I'd like to see other friends as well. Let's take a look at Juan Belon Lopez, because he's leading the Nordic senior group by full point. Let's double check that fact again. because he just kept winning and winning every single game. So probably, yeah, I think he won again yesterday. Yes, yesterday he won again. So he's now on 7 out of 7. Let's see if I can get the game. Okay, there you go. Yes, I got it now. And Juan is the one wearing the hat, and he's scoring 7 out of 7, and today's round 8. And the closest rival from Juan has how many points? 5 points, so 2 points. So he just needs to score a draw in this game to secure the first place. He doesn't even need to come for the last game tomorrow if he draw this game. And I think, hang on, I think the second placer of the Nordic Senior group is Ole Christian Moen. And I think they've already played each other, and Juan won. So I think by tiebreak, Juan is the champion of the Nordic Senior group. Wow, congratulations. But I think he's gonna still keep playing it anyway. He loves chess. He really loves chess. So he's gonna enjoy every single moment that he has in this tournament, because we only have 2 rounds left, today and tomorrow. So let's take a look how he is doing on his game. So he played Scandinavia. Okay, takes, and knight c3, put the queen back to d8, bishop c4, c5, knight f2, knight c6, and let's see, d3, knight f6. So, okay, white didn't put a challenging variation against the Scandinavia, because we know that moving the queen too early in the game is violating the opening principle, and especially if you have to move it twice. And here, bishop c4 was played, and this is why I said that it's not the most challenging variation, because obviously you have to try to gain space or control over the center by playing d4. This is kind of like an automatic move already, and therefore after bishop c4, Juan called it out, like white is not doing the best for his position. He played c5 to stop the d4 pawn from moving to d4. So knight f3, knight c6, and now after c5, he has, I think, a better version of Sicilian, like some sideline in Sicilian. a6 now, and this bishop might be, yeah, where's the life of that bishop? I mean, this diagonal is close, and you cannot really move it anywhere. a3, b5, bishop a2, bishop b7, knight g5. Okay, this is a very good attempt actually, because there might be some ideas that you want to sacrifice this type of pawns. I don't know, probably it's not happening. Probably the knight can just go to e4 and trying to exchange it and then attack this c5 pawn. So okay, knight g5 is on the board, but I think coming out from Scandinavia, black can be quite happy having this position, because there's pretty much not any problem happening on this in this one. The only task for black in this position is somehow to develop this bishop and castle, and that's pretty much it. Okay, black has to be ready about all this idea on this pawn, because white is going to try to attack that pawn. But other than that, it's fine. Probably what I can think of is h6 here, and after knight here, just knight d4. Blocking it, and at the same time opening this diagonal. Yeah, this looks very dangerous actually. But it's still too early in the game, because again, the drawback of having the king in the center and isn't castled yet is your opponent will try to keep attacking you. So in this position, you can play b4, for example. Just try to break it open, you know, just try to use the momentum that your opponent still hasn't castled yet. So we'll see. Knight g5 is on the board. We'll see which one that he's going to play. And let's also quickly take a look a game of our friends on board 14 here. Eric Rosen is playing against Tor Fredrik Carlsen. And Tor Fredrik Carlsen is the coach of the Norwegian women's team for the Olympiad. So actually, I don't know which Olympiad. It could be this Olympiad or it could be the Olympiad in the past. So let's see what's happening on their board. There you go. E4. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and playing bishop b5 here. Knight d7, bishop a4, knight f6, and castle. Okay. Yes, so this Moscow variation of the Sicilian is quite trendy too. Knight d7, and here I remember, I think Wesley So recommended a variation of a4 in his lifetime repertoire. But here Eric played bishop a4, knight f6, castle e6, rook e1, bishop e7, c3 a6. So I think looks like it could be still within the preparation. Okay, time situation. Yeah, it looks like it's preparation because Eric still has 1 hour and 31 minutes. But his opponent, Tor Fredrik, also doesn't take long on his move. So his opening repertoire is pretty good. I played him once in the Kargro Open last year. I was playing with black pieces and we played in Rulop's game, and it was pretty challenging actually. Challenging last round of Kargro Open. I lost the game, but it was very tough position too. Like we played until we both in time trouble, and yeah, I managed to blunder in the end. So bishop c2, bishop b7, knight d2, queen c7, and then knight moves here. So in a way, this setup that white has, it looks like you can also apply it in the Rulopes, especially if you're playing against Breyer. You can totally do something like this. The only difference is this pawn is on e6, not on e5. I think that's pretty much the difference, because apart from it, everything else looks very similar. Here rook c8, you have to be ready of this cd, because after cd you have to take it with the knight. You cannot take it with the pawn because queen will take the bishop on c2. So here Eric moved it to d3, still allowing the chance to take it back with the pawn like this, because that is very important too. Yeah, chess in their level, it has to be very detailed like this. So let's take a look. Castle, and knight goes to g3, rook f8, h3, bishop f8, queen e2, g6, a4, and already how many moves? There is no trade yet on their game at all. So after a4, c4, bishop goes back to c2, and e5. Yeah, now we are seeing. Now we are seeing. I think this is Breyer. Yeah. Yeah, this could well be Breyer. The opening in Rulopes. And here d5. Okay, Eric still played very fast. d5, knight c5, bishop e3, rook b8, and knight d2, and bishop c8. So you see how these players are just shuffling their pieces, because after reaching one thing, oh, probably that's not reachable anymore, so let me switch to the side. And that's what happened also with this rook and the bishop. At first the bishop has to be on this diagonal, but now since this diagonal is already closed, oh, let me switch it back to c8, because, well, you shouldn't close the rook's idea here over b2, because after bishop c8, I think the direct attack now is to take here and then take on b2. Although you have to calculate everything, because after takes that, there is knight takes c4, so probably this idea is not feasible at the moment yet. But this something that you can save in the future. Like, okay, there's always something around this b file that white has to watch out for. I think everything is still very equal here. Still so many pieces on the board and so many pawns. No trade yet, so both players, yeah, have to think extra. Yeah, when so many pieces are on the board, they have to think even better and more carefully here. Okay, so now it is still Eric's turn, but judging from the time situation, he still has an extra 20 minutes on the clock. At some point, Tor Fredrik might be thinking quite long. What could he be thinking? Like which position? Probably he was considering, not considering, probably he's trying to compare a few positions, like how to shuffle the pieces. Like G6 here, I believe he's definitely playing a strategy out of the Rulopes opening, which accidentally happened from a Sicilian. Bishop e3, rook b8, knight d2, bishop c8, rook a3. Oh, sorry, rook a3 was just played because this was the last position that we saw before. And rook a3 is on the board. So, what is the idea of rook a3? Could Eric be thinking of doubling the rook here, like takes here and then playing rook here? Because again, we figured that taking here is still not an option because of knight takes c4, and I think white is instantly better. So if knight takes here, I just wanna see what's happening. Takes here, probably just knight takes here again, yeah? And after a5, I think you can just take like this. Bishop here. Yeah, bishop there, then what's happening? Yeah. The thing is, in this type of position, I think black can afford sacrificing a pawn in order to get more activity, especially for the bishop. Something that is now white is lacking of. Okay, rook a3 is still on the board. So if not taking the a4 pawn, bishop d7 looks nice. Like you just want to give more pressure on this a4 pawn and connecting your rook. So if this happens, and let's say rook here, if this happens, then at least the rook is already there, and then get ready to go to b7. Actually, why not? Yeah, do it now. And then the other rook here. Looks like the position is still very close, like really, really close. So let's probably come back to the first board and update ourselves on our leaderboard and come back to this game later, because well, this is important. This is important game. What happened was after rook e1, knight c4 here. Yeah, Boris played queen c5. This was also our analysis. And after queen c5, knight took e3, queen takes e3, and bishop c4. And Hammer took quite a long thing before taking... Okay, queen c5, and yeah, he spent about 16 minutes to play this, 15-16 minutes to play knight takes e3 to decide on this move. Oh yeah, something that I missed before. Knight e5 couldn't be played because of this idea. Takes here, and then the knight was hanging. So yeah, that was not worth it. e5 probably was the other candidate moves, but I think Hammer just want to simplify the position, and he took the bishop on f3 on e3, queen takes e3, and bishop c4. This is the game. White looks like better still, but this looks pretty equal too. After bishop c4, there's a good chance that the rook will go to d8 at some point. Okay, Boris is still thinking now. He has to decide what he wants to do in this position. So what could be the chance then, because taking on e3 was bad. So he has to keep the rook, he has to keep the knight on the board and play rook fd8. But probably after taking this, maybe he's worried that without the queens on the board that he doesn't have more chance to win the game, because I think he's very ambitious in winning the game. So objectively, this is a better outcome for black to play rook fd8. But yeah, you have to play without queens on the board, and if it's not aligned with what you want to get out of the game, then you're not gonna play that move. So that's why after queen c5 here, knight takes e3, queen takes e3. At least the queen is still on the board, which can do some damage to the position. Queen d4, and yeah, the confidence suggested bishop e2. Again, I like how Boris is playing this position. He is playing with two result game. Like he's fine getting into an equal position despite playing with white pieces. So, and also it's a big question. Queen d4, where does the bishop go? It is under attack. I mean, if you want to go to a6, you should be a bit worried of this diagonal too. The whole idea of having the bishop on c4 is because you're preparing for this e5 so that you can have bishop d5 on time. But the thing is, after queen d4 here, and if you move it to a6 and after e5, you don't have any bishop that can block the attack on c6 anymore. Well, you can play rook here, but then after queen c5, let's say, yeah, this bishop is going to be quite restricted. So, and how to stop it? Probably which rook? If rook goes here, this is hanging. If rook goes here, probably just play rook d1 and then go to d7 or d6. White should be better. Queen d4 is on the board. Yeah, I think you have to come back here again. You have to challenge this bishop. So if e5 happens, at the very least you have bishop f3, and with only major pieces on the board, black has good chances to draw the game, because objectively in this position white is better. Okay, queen d4 is on the board. Yeah, if Hammer is very ambitious in winning this game, yeah, he cannot be happy, because the position itself, there's only very limited chance to have a winning chance. And objectively speaking, this position is actually better for white. But Hammer like to turn things around. He's very tricky and creative, so probably he might play some dubious move here, which is objectively bad, but still keeps the game alive. So let's say bishop goes back to e2, and h3 looks very interesting, but I think h3 is a bit too slow, because now rook comes to d8, and whenever the queen goes here again, the bishop can go to c4, and yeah, h3 might be a bit too slow. And whenever the queen moves, as long as it's not controlling the c4 square, I think the bishop will go to c4. But if the queen moves to b4, probably the other rook will come, or even a move like rook d2 like this. Yeah, it should be quite dangerous. So I don't know if Boris will take such a risk. I mean, he could as well just repeat the moves like this: queen e3, bishop here, and then queen d4 again. Alright, it's a big decision for Hammer now. He's been thinking a lot, and there's a 30-minute gap between their time situation. So I think it's a similar situation to his first round when he made a draw. And well, if he's already thinking for so long in this position, I think he has to be consistent. Like, he has to decide what sort of game that he wants to play. Like, if he wants to play for win, hardly can play for win, to be honest. But bishop e2, I think it should be played, because after bishop a6, he's gonna burn so much time again on the clock, because, well, only white is better in this position. And he will use up all the time on his clock to think not to lose this position. I think I'd like to get to the second board here, because there are some moves over there just to see. Oh, after h4, bishop e7, we saw it this fast. And Mats decided to play h5. Yeah, I thought Mats coming from Denmark. because well, I'm quite a fan of Mats Mikkelsen. But I just realized that yeah, it's a very typical first name for the Nordic countries, and or probably he has some influence of some inheritance, like Danish inheritance as well. Yeah, funny though. Anyway, let's come back to this game. So after bishop e7, he decided to play h5, knight h4, takes on h4. Oh, okay, bishop takes h4 and knight c2. Why not knight b5? Knight b5 would have been nice. But probably just bishop e7, yeah? But we saw this, takes, and probably what he didn't like is queen b6. Because now if you do like this, queen takes here, and yeah, this pawn might be lost in the future. So probably he doesn't want to have any concession to the position. So that's why he just played knight c2. Still okay for white, but I think black is totally fine. Bishop comes back to e7, bishop d2, and castle. I'm very curious on this position. Really? I cannot play knight b5 here? Bishop e3. Bishop e3 is better. I think you're preparing for knight here anyway. Oh, sorry. After knight b5, black and castle. Black is just one move away from castling, and here black is already ready to castle. So after this, yeah, if you play knight b5, just castle. What am I talking about? Why not? I mean, no need to go to bishop e7. But white is still fine. Apparently white is still slightly better in this position. But here, Mats play knight c2, and then bishop e7 happened, and now bishop d2. Okay, white is still always slightly better. Castle and castle. But yeah, looks like it's quite equalish, yeah? Like you just I mean, now the pawn on h5, I don't know how I feel about it, because I think in this type of position I would prefer to have the pawn on h2, knowing that my opponent would play f6 sooner or later, because this is a very thematic idea in French defense. So alright, I think Hammer has played a move on board 1, and he moved back to bishop e2. Okay, now big decision for Boris. Will he repeat queen e3 and then queen d4 again? Because I don't see any better move for Hammer after queen e3. If he moves bishop g4, you can say goodbye to this bishop, because after this the bishop will be just trapped on h3. g4 is coming, so you have to play a move like f5 like this, but yeah, after this move you have to take with the bishop maybe. Looks like, oh, g4 is there, because if you take with the pawn f4, and then yeah, this bishop is gonna trap forever. Okay. Bishop e2 is still on the board. Yes, we can see from the camera there, Boris is thinking, because this is a big decision for him, whether he wants to just repeat the moves and agree to a draw. There's nothing better for Hammer in this position, unfortunately. Or he would like to play on, because he has the right to do so. He's playing a better position anyway. So if he wants to play on, what could it be? Because rook fd8 is also annoying, yeah? Rook d8, it wants to go to d2, and probably you are doubling up the rook on d8 like that. And at some point you want to play bishop f3. Actually, this is now the idea, to play bishop f3. Yeah, probably queen here first, and after bishop here. If white wants to play for win, probably he could play rook d1. Yeah, with the idea to put it on d4. But still, I think it's like a 0.2, 0.3 position, very slightly advantage for white. Okay, I will move back to, while we still have the camera, I will move back to Eric's game before I take my first break, just to see what's happening there. After rook a3, Tol Frederick played knight fd7. Yeah, I think this is a good move. You want to bring all your pieces now to the queen side, because it looks like on the king side nothing is happening yet. And rook ea1. So Eric is being consistent with his plan, with the rook lift to a3, and now he just put his rook on a1. Okay, so we'll come back to all the games. We'll just take a short break, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And as I was taking my break, I kept an eye on this game, obviously. And apparently, Boris just played a move that is not repeating. He played Queen D6. So let's take a look. Queen D6. I didn't analyze it in my analysis before. So let's see. Queen D6 is obviously attacking the pawn on C6. But I don't think it's gonna be quite a real problem unless you want to walk into a major pieces endgame with one pawn less. So let's say bishop f3 happens. If you takes, queen takes, and queen takes here, obviously you're going to win this pawn by playing rook fc8, and then you're gonna take it with your queen maybe. But there's one move here that white can play, that is rook e3. But of course, after rook e3, the queen has to move. If the queen moves elsewhere, I think the queen can just take c6 for free like that, because everything is pretty well protected. But probably this is something that Hammer has to take anyway, because even though it is down a pawn for black, I think black can still handle it. So let's say rook fd8 here, and then you double up your pieces on the c file. I think it's still very defendable. But of course, a pawn can mean something. So let's say the queen goes to... Where can the queen go? To a4? I don't think it matters. You're just gonna double up anything on the c file, because the advantage that white has is on this pawn, and then if white cannot really convert that advantage on the c file, black should be fine. So what else? Yeah, I think that's the risk that Hammer has to take after queen d6. If you try to protect it like this, it means that you don't have rook d8 anymore. And now... and now h3 is possible. Yeah, and then you're wasting a tempo with this bishop, because if you play bishop f3, there is g4, so you don't do anything with that bishop to f3 now. But if the bishop moves back to, let's say, c4, then... And then now queen here, because now you cannot move back to e2 because of g4. And then white will have e5. So I think it's going to be a riskier position for Hammer here if the bishops are still on the board. So probably, like it or not, I think he has to walk into that type of endgame. One pawn less, but that endgame, I think it should be defendable to make a draw. Because otherwise, what else can we think in this position? If you move the bishop to b5, let's say, e5 is always there, ready to advance, and then this bishop is going to attack the c6 pawn, and white is going to be better. If anything like this, queen can just be put on c5, yeah. So we'll see which position that Hammer would like to play, keeping the bishop or trading the bishop. Okay. Let's continue looking at the other boards. Let's see how the second board is doing, because they're very closely following the leaders. And this was the French position, yeah. I think we are not missing so much in this position, because we left it after castle here, and then Korpa played b5. So you might think that this pawn is hanging, but there are a few other ways to get the pawn back. So if bishop takes b5, first of all, that comes to mind is knight takes e5. Because if you take this, bishop will take b5, and if you take d7, knight will take d7. And probably this type of trade is better for black because the pawn on e5 is more valuable than the pawn on b5. The other way is if after bishop takes, okay, bishop takes b5 here. Actually, there's no other way, yeah, because I thought I can play queen b6 here, but bishop can just take on c6, and then protect this pawn. So that is the idea. b5 is not hanging because after bishop takes b5, knight takes e5, and therefore here Mats played bishop e3, potentially trying to free the knight because now the pawn is protected, so probably the knight can move probably to e1 and then probably to d3, and then at some point you want to put it on c5 with the help of the rook as well to c1. So that's quite a long maneuver of repositioning the knight, but probably, yeah, white has to play quite patiently here. b5 is already there, so after bishop e3, one idea is to play knight f5 here, to play knight c4, and then to play rook c8. Yeah, I mean, I think this position black is having no problem whatsoever. So looks like everything is nice. And while I have my camera on Pia and Frodo on my camera too, let's take a look at their games. Let's take a look at Frodo game because he lost yesterday, so he definitely wants to bounce back today. And he's playing against Jacob Templin Grave, who played against Pia yesterday. Let me adjust this camera. Alright, how is Frodo doing? c4, e6, knight c3, and we see, I thought it was going to be an English opening, but now we are seeing the Queen's Gambit declined, or Queen's Gambit exchange now. Takes, bishop g5, c6, and I think we also see this position in the game between, who played this before? I think it was the third board, yeah? Jungmin So versus, oh no. Oh, actually, they're playing next to each other. Pia Crumling is also playing this opening, but instead of playing knight f3, she played knight ge2. Actually, it's interesting. If there are two boards playing next to each other and playing the same opening, how would you react? Have you been in such a position or such a situation in a chess tournament where what you're playing on your board is exactly the same to the board next to you? Are they going to see each other's reaction like, oh, that player is playing here, let me copy, or that player is playing here, let me copy that? But okay, fortunately for all the players, for the 4 players on that board, on that table, the game changed differently on move 8, because in this position Pia played knight ge2, but in this position Frodo played knight f3. But it would be interesting if somehow for the next few moves to come, like they keep playing exactly the same moves. I would like to see such a coincidence, to be honest, because yeah, I mean, the opening is very common to play, so it wouldn't be a surprise if somehow this game happens in 2 boards at the same time, but next to each other. Yeah, that's quite a coincidence. Anyway, so knight f3, not copying what Pia is doing, or maybe Pia is not copying what Frodo is doing. So yeah, we never know who played that move first. And rook e8. So here castle immediately, bishop g4, queen b3. Yeah, the idea about bishop g4 is quite new now. Usually you wouldn't like to pin the knight like this because it doesn't matter. I mean, white can totally take it with the pawn, and most of the ideas in this Queen's Gambit exchange is to push the pawn to e4, and having the pawn on f3 is just going to help it's just going to help white achieve this e4 idea in the future. So also here after bishop g4, Frodo played a very thematic response by playing queen b3, because the bishop has already left its post on c8 guarding the pawn on b7, so might as well just attack it now. And b6 was played by Jacob. e4, bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and bishop e7. Okay, this could turn to be quite a sharp line because bishop e7 has to be moved. You're anticipating this move e5 with a fork, so you have to move it. All right, so gf bishop e7. This is the current position right now. How should how should white proceed? Generally, I like this pair of bishops. At some point, probably white will play a move like king h1, so that the rook can go to g1 and try to attack from the g file. But should I be worried about this pawn? Probably, yeah. Or is it better to play rook here first? But then after this, I cannot take this still, or can I? Oh, I can. Because after after queen takes d4, there's bishop c4, attacking this and this at the same time. So this is possible. Rook ad1 is possible. But what Frodo might be thinking in this position is to play... Okay, taking this is always interesting, but probably this is not the trade that Jacob has. Sorry, this is not the trade that Frodo has to make, because then after taking this, you don't have to take it back, but take this one. Take that one and black should be fine. Okay, bishop e7. What else is there? Yeah, the attack on d4 is something that white has to anticipate, so that's why I like a move like this, rook ad1. Or probably, since we don't need this bishop on g5 anymore, I mean, you're not gonna take f6 anyway, so better move it to e3. And you save this pawn in that way. If after bishop e3 takes, yeah, there might be knight g4. Knight g4, but I don't think white should be afraid, because if you take this, takes this, rook is attacking f7, queen is attacking on f7, and in fact, in this position, I can play bishop c4. Yeah, I think bishop e3 is the move here. Yeah, I think bishop e3 is the move. What else can we see in this position after bishop e3? Is there any counter attack? Probably not. Time situation? Okay, similar. 41 minutes to 46 minutes. Okay. Yeah, Frodo hasn't moved chat. But he has to win this game, this round right now, if he would still like to be in the contention. Alright, no move yet, and let's go back to the first board. Apparently Hammer has already moved. What did he do after queen d6? He played rook ac8. Okay, so preserving the other rook to go to d8 and possibly trying to get to the second rank. But maybe this is the time for white to do something, because whenever the rook moves, the queen can move with an attack to a7, because this pawn is unprotected. So let's say I move h3. This little move can actually hurt black's position. The idea is to play g4, and after rook to d8, yeah, I'm thinking to play rook queen e7 or queen a3. Which one should I play? Probably queen e7. Just because it is on the 7th rank, it looks more fancy. And now g4 is the idea, but of course the queen can still go to b5 here. But then a4 and so on. Okay, let's say a5 here. g4, queen b5, attack, queen c4, and then attack like this. Okay, so that means queen e7 is better then. Yeah, queen e7. Yeah, I like h3. Not only that you are planning to play g4, but also at some moment in the game you need your king to get out. So h2 is perfect square because it is dark square, so it means your opponent's bishop will not be able to attack that square. And I cannot imagine other moves after h3 if black would play other moves than rook f d8 because it looks very natural. And then queen e7, I like this one. You're just attacking this. And also you cannot afford of losing this pawn. This is very important pawn because imagine in a position where you lose this pawn and then this pawn is going to be just promote. Yeah. You'd better lose this pawn. Yeah. If there is a choice like, hey, you have to give one pawn up in this position, which pawn that you will choose, you just have to give this one up instead of this, because this one you can easily defend the c file, double up or tripling your own pieces. But for this one it's gonna be hard because losing the pawn on a7 means that you are still having problem on the pawn on c6, and if this pawn is moved, this bishop is controlling the promotion square. So, oh, as we speak, Boris just played my move. h3 was played. Yay. Yeah, so in a sense, we kind of similar. I like playing some principled move like this with h3 because you don't have to do anything major in this position. Yeah, h3 with the aid of g4. White's position is nice anyway, so I think it is a good call for him not to repeat the moves because White's position is always slightly better. And black, on the other hand, has to be playing very carefully here. It's almost no risk for white, but for black, if you just made one major inaccuracy, then it's almost GG. Okay, now it's Hammer turn to move. He could actually move his queen first before getting kicked by the pawn, like queen b5, but now let's say he's getting kicked by this pawn. The queen can go to a6 or the queen can go to c4. I think it's fine, but again, e5 is ready to be there, and whenever you're losing control of the c5 square, the queen will just occupy that square. So probably after a4, the queen has to go to c4. But that also means the rook can go to b1 like this, and I'm still sticking to the idea of getting control of the 7 rank because, oh, that's gonna be nasty. If it happens, it's gonna be nasty. Wow, Hammer is in trouble. He's definitely in trouble on the board and on the time as well, because 30 minutes is a lot of time to Boris. Like, he has an extra 30 minutes on the clock. And, well, they still have to make 16 and 17 more moves. For Hammer, it's 17 moves. For Boris, it's just 16 more moves. Yeah, but it's not an easy position for Hammer, because in many lines in this position, White will get an extra pawn in the end. Either it's a7 or c6, and probably Hammer has to give it up quite earlier on. Actually, let me check. There was a moment in this position, I guess something like this, takes, and here bishop. In this position, yeah. I think we saw that bishop has to go to f3 and then play this position. Rook e3, queen here, takes, and then this major, the endgame like this. I think objectively, of course, white is better, but this position is easier to defend instead of having the bishop on the board. Let's take a look what does computer say in this position. Is it bishop f3 or something else? h6. Wow. You are not afraid of queen takes c6. Okay. Because after queen takes c6, yeah, bishop b5. Okay, this is what the computer says. See, for this pawn, you can easily give it up. It's fine. You don't have to protect it and lose so many tempi just because of it. Rook f d8, you just try to get this queen. Okay, queen a3, let's say. I think, yeah, as long as you stop this pawn from moving forward, I think black should be fine. Bishop c6 even. Yeah, that's fine. c4, rook d2. At least now white is going to be a bit afraid. The rook is already in the second rank. Black is trying to give some counter attack. Yeah, I think Hammer realizes that he has to move a bit faster. So we'll see if he really is going to move faster. Rook f d8, I like it. Rook f d8. The coach suggested queen a3 though, but queen e7 looks more, you know, more challenging. Like in many cases that you'd like to attack on the 7th rank. Okay. What about we see the second board before we see other boards? Oh, after bishop e3 instead of f6, I thought f6 is going to happen. Korper played f5, so he's not really forcing his opponent to take on f6 right now. He gives him option. Hey, you wanna end pass on me or you're not? But if you don't end pass on me, this pawn is going to be quite a strong pawn, pushing it forward. And then this pawn on h5, yeah, this pawn is something that I don't like. I mean, I would rather have the pawn on h2 and white's position would be more stable. But f5 is already played. I think Mats here has to take it like this anyway. I don't think he can afford of having the pawn on f5 like this, unless he's thinking of playing f4 himself. But then the bishop on e3 is kind of sad. It is being blocked, but it's on pawns. So I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see. And I'd like to go on the 3rd and 4th board. Let's see. Let me just move the camera first. And then we'll be able to see the players on the screen. Alright, let's see board 3. Here we are still in the opening, I guess. I think we saw the position after bishop d2 here. B takes c6, queen c2, and rook b8. And after here g3, knight takes c3, and here Jung Min So is still thinking on how to recapture the knight with the bishop or with the pawn. Yeah, both are possible. It's just the question is if you would like to damage your own pawn structure or not. Because if you do this, this is playable. But again, for those who don't like to have more pawn islands, this might not be very appetizing to see. Bishop can just move to c5, and after this, probably something along this file could happen. But not that soon. Oh, maybe like this. Queen b6. And then queen b2. Yeah, and black should be fine. So probably after this, I think you have to take with the bishop, and after this, queen takes. But where is the advantage here? I fail to see any advantage here. Give that c6 up. Knight b4. Knight b4 is nice. a3, knight d5 takes here. Doesn't matter. Bishop. Oh, actually b2 is also hanging, so okay, that works then. That works. What about board 4? Board 4 we have it was the potential of 2 hanging pawns in the center. Did it happen? Let's see. Okay, first taking c5, and now he played rook knight e5. Okay. Takes, and queen b6 takes this and takes this. But this doesn't look promising for white especially. Okay, e4 takes, and how do you take it back? If with bishop, then probably takes it with the bishop, and after this takes this. Oh, this is gonna be just a draw. Yeah, something like this could potentially happen. Is there anything else? If bishop takes, oh, we saw this here. Bishop takes, bishop takes. Because if bishop takes this, of course there is rook here. You don't want to pin your own piece like this, so you have to take it with the queen, but then it's just gonna be a draw. Can you take it with the knight immediately? Oh yeah, actually with the knight is better. Maybe. But if with the knight, then probably rook a b8. If not, if something like this happens, it's fine because now the rook is ready to take b2 in many of the lines. And if you do something else, let's say you play this is also fine because just takes this and then takes this, and I think black is going to be better in this position. But probably just enough to make a draw. Here and then here, takes, rook is ready to go here. Although it's a double pawn, but having the rook on the second rank is massive advantage. So d4. So I'm rooting for, if I were white here, I would take it with the knight. But with the bishop, it's just easy equalization. Let's see what Savita is doing against Amar, because it was a knight off and it was very interesting. After c4 here, Amar played b6 and then a5. A4 and then a5. Knight d2, bishop g6, and after this takes and f5 eventually. Yeah. Okay, f4, you have to stop black from playing f4 himself. So you play f4. And then after e4, g4, g6, queen h3, and knight c5. Okay, who is better in this position? I like this passer on e4. I think white has too many weaknesses in this position. Like this, and potentially b3. And whenever the bishop steps up to d4 like this, black can always play bishop f6. And yeah, I think white is in trouble in this position. Too many long-term weaknesses in white's camp, because I don't think she can afford trading the light square bishop like this. I don't think this is the right approach in this position. Most of the time the bishop will just put this way. I know it looks passive, but you're just getting ready after this and then play f4. And then after this, then reroute your knight to b5. Maybe knight b1 and then knight a3, knight b5. Black should be fine, but white is also fine in this position. Whenever bishop here happens, the queen can move. I was thinking of this, but there's a concrete line with knight c5 attacking a4 and b3 square. So probably protecting this pawn with the queen goes to c2. And then now knight goes to a3, knight b5, white is okay. Yeah, I think there's some positional mistake that Savita is doing, or probably strategical mistake, because the bishop, this one is better than this bishop. In many cases, black will play f5 anyway and blocking its own bishop, but that's something that black has to do. So by playing bishop h5, it's just pretty much helping black in this game, because he would like to trade anyway and then play f5. Yeah. But that's the hardest thing also to do in chess. Two hardest things to do. The first one is to sit and wait. There are many games or many variations where black or white shouldn't do anything, but just sit and wait, do nothing, no breakthrough, nothing, just sit and wait, and then just play a move on the back rank or something. And then the second hardest thing to do in chess is to move backward, because intuitively we would like to move forward, attack our opponent, but I think in this position bishop e2 is needed. What does the computer say? Also, I would like to see. Actually, bishop h5 is fine. Wow, okay. But this position is already better for black. Bishop e2 is one of the best moves. Knight b3 also. Yeah, but where is her mistake? Probably a4. Let's see. Yeah, I was wondering why Amar played b6, because usually you would like to just go bishop g7. Sorry, bishop g6 right away, and this is what the computer suggested. But instead he played b6. I think it is still acceptable. But here bishop e2. Yeah, you're getting ready for f4 yourself. Okay, so although it's still inaccurate, but after a4, things just get worse for white. Takes here. Oh, g4. Okay. What's happening? Ah, okay. After f4, Amar has to take like this. Okay, this is not easy. Bishop takes and knight c5, and then you're free to occupy all these squares in the future. But instead he played e4, and therefore now g4 is the best move. Yeah, I can see that the king will go here, the rook will go here, and white will attack the g5 like that. So what happened was g6, queen h3, because, well, the queen was under attack, knight c5, and now gf. Wow, Savita is firing back, and now she's better. And after gf, king h1. Yes, that's very natural move to make. I mean, black doesn't have anything else. Yeah, see how chess can be so brutal? With the absence of this pawn, let's say put this pawn on g7 and then put another pawn on g2. That position is better for black. But now things has changed. There's no pawn on g2, there's no pawn on g7, but there's pawn on e4. And white is better. Because after this, king h1, rook g1, probably double up on, I don't know, g2 or g3, and then take another rook here. Usually white has to play on the queen side. But now Amar is letting Savita play on the king side. So things has making a twist and turns here. So things are not looking good for Amar, totally. And king h1 is such a natural move to make anyway. Is there any other move that is as natural as king h1 in this position? Ah, probably she's also thinking about this pawn. Like, she doesn't want to lose this pawn. So probably after king h1, let's take a look. What's after knight a4? Normally you would be happy to give that pawn up. Give a check. And if king goes here, there's bishop here, bishop f6, and probably knight b3, I guess. Hoping to go to d4 and then e6. Wow, okay. That's very nice. That's very nice. Wow. Amar is in trouble. Savita has been playing very well. She actually made a few inaccuracy in the opening, going to the middle game, but she has been redeeming herself, and now she's having a better position. That's I like the spirit. Like, yeah, when you're under pressure, sometimes you actually think better. Let's go to whose game that we would like to see. The first board, of course. Let's take a look what's happening there. And after h3, there's rook fd8, and now Boris is calculating where he's going to move the queen, to e7 or to a3. I think white has only those two moves for now. But, well, Boris still has more time on the clock, and he moved it to e7. So if you were tuning into my commentary, I mentioned about this queen e7 before, but it's not necessarily the best move. But it's just giving more ideas, giving more plans to white in this position, because there are some lines that you just want to play on the 7 rank. Ooh, a5. I think we saw this position before, right? a5, and what about g4? Only move is to play queen to b5, and then rook comes to b1 like this. The queen has to keep protecting the bishop, so via a6, c4, or d3. I don't think it matters, because now whenever the queen goes, like say here, I can just play rook here. Of course, the rook can go back to f8, but doesn't it look passive? Or probably it's still fine. Okay, now switch the attention to the other side. Put the rook to b1 and probably trying to attack. At some point, maybe white will be trying to triple up the rooks and the queen on the 7th rank. Yeah, well, f5 was made very fast by Hammer. But I think this is a concrete line now. g4, queen b5, and a4. Oh, sorry, not a4. Rook b1. If queen a6, rook b7. If queen c4, I think also rook b7. And after rook back to f8 like this. The pawn is not hanging because the bishop is hanging here. So what can white do in this position? There should be something to attack, but I'm not sure what it is. It looks just nice, because white's pieces are all on the 7th rank. I mean, queen and the rook. This bishop is hanging, still cannot move anywhere. This bishop is ready to somehow get into action, but not ready yet. A move like e5 should come to mind, but is it the time to play it? Because if e5 now, then bishop goes here, bishop goes to g6, and now this rook is going to be free again because it doesn't have to keep protecting the f7 pawn all the time. So timing is important. Also, yeah, g4 is on the board, guys. So we've been predicting the moves correctly now. g4 and queen b5 already on the board. This one will come for sure. Rook a b1. Yes, there you go. You can see it from the camera. Rook a b1 is just played. And now I'm not sure where Hammer will go with the queen. Is it a6 or is it c4? I don't think d3. Probably a3 to give space for the bishop to go to c4. Sorry, probably a6, not a3. I know this is 5-minute delay, but let me know in the chat which move do you think Hammer will play in this position, a6 or c4? Yeah, big momentum. Wow. If anyone wins this game, he's going to lead alone before the last round. Wow. It's very important to have more confidence before the last round too. You know, if you're leading, you might instill some fear to your opponent's heart. So, yeah. And especially if Boris wins against the first seeded, because both players are undefeated. Actually, let me check if other players are undefeated apart from those two in the open section. Okay, Hammer is doing that thing, sitting on your leg. I do that all the time too, sometimes. Do we still have... Oh, he has moved. What did he do? He played queen c4. Okay, not queen a6. He chose the other move, queen c4. Okay, Boris is still not on his chair. Meanwhile, I'm just going to check. What I want to check is whether there are undefeated players in this open section apart from Hammer and Boris, because I believe those two are still very strongly performed by going undefeated. Okay, Hammer. Yeah, draw. It's all just draw and wins. Bensekorpa has lost yesterday. Isaac also on the 4th place also has lost once. Jungmin So lost once. Mats vs Billingson also lost once. Oh, Marius Duer. He's very young. Wait, but how old is he? He was born in 2008. 16. He hasn't lost any games. Marius Duer from Germany. He's been just drawing and he has 2 wins and 5 draws. Very solid performance. I don't know if he has already some GM norms. I mean, he's been performing really, really well. Okay, so we got 3 players that are still undefeated in this event. Hammer, Chatulbashev, and Marius Duer. Next, okay, Sebastian Bogner has lost once. Elham also lost once. Tor Fredrik also lost twice, actually. Eric has lost once. Axel Buvaloy lost once. Savita as well. Harvard lost twice. Yeah, Rist lost twice. Okay, I think the remaining field has already suffered at least 1 loss. That is actually a surprising statistics. I just pull it out there. Yeah, the rest of the field they already lost in the open section, because in the senior section, in the senior group, the Nordic Senior Championship, Grandmaster Juan Belon Lopez, he's still undefeated, and actually he is on perfect score. Yeah, I just want to keep checking the rest of the field just so that I'm not telling lies. Yeah, everyone has suffered a loss. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. All right, so coming into the penultimate round now, 3 players are still undefeated. The leaders, whose game that you're watching right now, Chatulbashev versus Hammer, and also Marius Duer, who's playing on the 8 board. All right, there are some moves already happening. Rook b7, rook f8. Okay, we see it as much. I think we already calculate or analyzed this position before. And now, yeah, the question is how to continue, yeah? The pawn on c3 is not hanging. Are we going to bring the rook to the 7th rank now? Or what else can be done? The position looks nice, but white needs a concrete plan on how to continue this. You cannot win just by looking nice. You have to play like good chess too and prove that your position is better. "44 minutes compared to 28 minutes. Wow. Okay, let me think. I think like rook a7 should be acceptable. I don't know whether it's helping the position or not, because there's a4. Probably bring the other rook, but then you can just keep attacking the queen. Wherever the queen goes, okay, probably not here, but if the queen goes here, it means the rook cannot enter b7. So wherever the queen goes, just keep attacking it on the 7th rank. Okay, rook f8. What else? Is there any concrete line that white can try to play in this position? e5. I like e5. Oh, but we saw this bishop g6 is coming. So, not sure. Probably black is fine. Yeah, probably white is fine. Okay, let's go to the fourth board. Oh, okay. We see something else here. After d takes e4, I think we only calculated knight takes e4, bishop takes e4. But here, Panzer played knight c4, attacking the queen. Queen moves to e6, and now knight d6. Still attacking the bishop, and also you can grab this pawn on the next move. Where does the bishop go? Probably to c6, I think it's most likely. But probably, you don't really have to move the bishop, yeah? You can play rook a b8. Because if knight takes, it is an interesting position there. Takes here, attacking this and this. Rook takes b2, bishop takes h7, king h8. Queen moves somewhere, but I think black is better. That pawn is not worth as much as this pawn. Yeah, even though, of course, generally they're 1 point, but depends on the position, they worth differently. So knight d6, maybe you just have to play here. But I think the same thing occurs, but with one... no need. Rook b8 was good. Why should I play bishop c6? Rook b8 was good. And the same thing happens if you take this, takes this, and then it's just different moves but the same. What else? Rook b8. Queen c5 might be the move, yeah? But it leaves this one. That is hanging. Or also, is bishop e7 a move here? Because you have to keep protecting the knight on d6 forever. Yeah, probably it's not wise to take c5. What about bishop takes here? Bishop takes and then queen takes, maybe. Nah, this doesn't look good. Just rook takes b2. Black is better. If knight takes also, knight just takes this. Oh, hang on. If takes that one, takes, and then takes this. Okay, then this is drawn. Because the queen is somehow protecting f2. Okay, so this is something that white can play. Otherwise, as we speak, actually, Sebastian just played rook a b8. Okay, so we're looking at the right position. He played according to the analysis. Yeah, he can play that. Panzer can play that, and then it's just gonna be another example of drawn endgame with major pieces still on the board. What was the line again? Takes with the bishop, yeah? Takes here and takes here. Oh, and if... Okay, we saw the position after rook takes b2, but if bishop takes b2, then maybe we should take this one first. Knight takes c5, queen has to move. There is rook b1 and there is knight d7. White can choose either of those moves, but rook b1 maybe is better. Alright, so I thought white is missing this move there. But yeah, with that line after bishop e4, you know, white can equalize it. So white is not in any problem. And let's quickly see the game of Eric, because he is playing a strong international master, Tor Fredrik Carlsen, who is coaching the Norwegian female team for the Olympiad. Let's take a look what's going on. Oh, before we do that, no, actually let's stick to this game. Let's stick to this game on... Wow, he has sacrificed a piece apparently. Let's see what's going on. So we see this much. Knight of d7, here takes rook a7, rook b7, back, bishop here, h4. Okay, so Eric decided enough playing on the queen side. Let's start playing on the king side. h4, h5, and knight takes h5. How many moves, sorry, how many minutes did he need this? He needed 8 minutes. Okay. Takes. So a piece for 2 pawns. Is it enough? We'll find out. And now queen c8 is already moved. Obviously, the idea is to play bishop g4. One way to stop it is bishop d1, but it allows knight to hop on d3. But yeah, I think the idea is after queen h5, probably the next move like this, yeah, bishop g5, bishop here, and then you give a check. But after queen c8, you cannot do bishop g5 because after bishop g4, your queen is hanging. So what to do here? How to convert this position into something? And I don't know yet whether the sacrifice is a good one, or is it just, you know, a splurge of moment, because it looks like you have to do something, but again, probably you should have waited. Yeah, so let's calculate and decide whether it was a good sacrifice or not. Bishop g4 is coming. Yeah, also the queen cannot work alone, so you want to bring your knight, but after bishop g4, is it working? Queen has to give a check, and king, if bishop here, maybe h5, although there is f6, but then you can also play queen g6 and h6. Okay. This is important moment, actually, very critical. What else? It would be a dream to somehow bring the rook. But how to do that? It's gonna be quite a long time to get it. A move like f3 crossed my mind, but it means how to incorporate the knight into the game. So probably, okay, give a check first. Depending on what black moves here, then you can probably bring something along the way. Because if bishop here happens, probably you can just play h6, and then if f6, then you can play queen here, and soon you have this idea, probably. So if after this check he plays king here, at the very least there is a draw. Yeah, at the very least there's a draw. Just keep checking like that. So if black is ambitious, black is going to play bishop g7. Bishop g7, h6, h5, h6 is coming, so you have to stop it. If king moves, you still play this move, h6, so probably f6 has to be done. Then queen g3, h6 is still coming regardless. Yeah. Let's say here, and then bishop here. And then knight f3, and knight h4, knight g6, yeah. So probably in this position, Eric can just give a check first to g5, and depending what black does in this position, then Eric can decide what he wants to play. Like if he wants to play for a draw, or if he would like to try to find a win in this position. And let's see if this sacrifice is the best one. So after h5, let's turn the engine on. Wow, amazing. So everything is 0-0-0 anyway. Knight h5 is actually a draw. This is an okay sacrifice. This is pretty good. Okay, I don't know why the fall bar is now slightly better for black, but takes and then queen takes and then queen c8. f4. Wow, Eric played the best move. I didn't expect it. Yeah, of course f4 looks really nice because if you take it, I think you can play e5 here. Or just not e5. Bishop d4 and then you're attacking this square. Alright, so f4 is on the board and this is better position for white. Wow. He's been playing very well here. f4. That's very energetic as well because you would also like to get this rook into the play, like on the king side. So probably f4 is the way to open up the f-file. So next move, you can play rook f1, or if bishop g4 happens, I think this is what black has been planning anyway. Then only move is queen here. It's a check. Where does the king go? If king goes here, you can take this. Because now if rook takes, you have bishop d4, that's for sure. And if you take it with this pawn, I think something is hanging. I don't know which one. Something should be hanging here. Or it could be just be rook f1. Yeah, it could just be rook f1. Or what else? Oh no. What am I talking about? f5. You're trying to trap this bishop. Like, of course, trapping this bishop. If the bishop goes here, it's not really helping the position, is it? How to continue? Probably just push all the way, yeah? Interesting position. Maybe just push h5. Wow, this is very complicated. Lots of things to calculate. Wow, but f4 is the best move in this position. Yeah, you are sticking to the idea of attacking your opponent. Follow up the sacrifice with such a good play. Okay, so looks like Eric is in a good place right now. The position is really nice for him. I think it's suiting his style as well, that he likes to attack and he's naturally an attacking player. And do we have a move on the first board before I take the next break? Let's take a look. On the first board, after rook b7 and rook f8 here, Boris played queen a3 and c5 happened, so Hammer decided to let that pawn go and was captured immediately by Boris. So one pawn down in this position. Still there's a good chance to make a draw, but a pawn is still a pawn, right? So white has an extra pawn right now. Black has to prove that that extra pawn doesn't mean anything. But it's not really easy. But there might be some concrete line with this position. Probably just rook a8, and the queen has to move, or maybe if the queen doesn't move, the rook has to go here. Then you can take, and in this position, I think it's important to play rook d8. Probably, yeah. With only one rook on the board, it's easier to play. So that's probably what Hammer is thinking right now. But he has to play faster. He's down to 23 minutes for the next 11 moves. Technically, it's still fine, but if the position gets more complicated, he will need more time to think over the position. Okay, I think I will leave it for a bit and we can always circle back to this game after my break. So see you soon after a few minutes. Hello, welcome back everyone. Yeah, here with me is Phoebe Witte. My pronunciation, it's a good correct
It's
pronunciation.
good.
Okay,
Yes.
it's good.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so Phoebe has won her game, and how many points do you have now?
4.
4 out of 8. Yeah,
So
okay.
50%.
50%,
right now, so
yeah.
that's good. Yes.
But it's good that you won quite early because tomorrow is
It's early round. So
early
I can
round at
rest
11.
A bit, have early dinner.
Yeah.
And
now it has become my wake up hour, like 11. So I don't know. I don't know who's going to commentate tomorrow.
but it's not gonna be Irene. No.
Yeah, I might not be here actually. Yeah. So before this game, Phoebe and we had quite a banter. Hopefully, all the games help you. Yeah.
That was preparation.
There was
You made me
preparation,
win
yeah.
today.
We played 3 games for content, of course.
Which you all lost, but then I got the losses out the way.
Okay, good thing that it helped for your game today. Okay, let's see your game. Where is it? It's here. All right, and let me change the camera. There you go. Okay, so let's talk us over this game. So
Yes.
there is a Karokan here. And you mentioned it to me. If your opponent plays Karokan, you're just gonna go for this exchange variation. Okay.
Yeah, a bit boring, but I like boring.
No, it's not boring. I played it myself too.
Oh, that's very exciting.
It is okay. It is okay though. C3, Queen C7, and Knight F3. Okay, there is some line with Queen C7 where you can actually play Knight E2. But this is another line
okay.
because you still want to put your bishop on F4.
Yeah, because I was doubting, because I was like, okay, I've never seen Queen C7 before. Where do I put my bishop? I thought I just leave it for now, maybe. But I was a bit confused after Queen C7.
Yeah, it is a line. Knight E2 is a line, and then black can play bishop G4 here. There's also a line like that. Black can play Knight F4, allowing bishop here. The idea is if E6 too early, then you just play bishop F4, but then there's bishop D6. I mean, it's a line.
Oh, yeah.
I think what you did was also fine. It's just that maybe after Knight E2, there could be... I thought it was going to be challenging, but now I'm thinking about it. E5 is not that as challenging because after this you can just give a check and then castle,
Yeah.
and black will have this IQP all the time, and then you can just go play against it.
Exactly.
Alright, Knight F3 is the normal line, and bishop G4, knight here. Yeah, the only difference is usually in this exchange Karokan you have the bishop on F4, yeah?
Exactly, yeah.
Now you don't have it, but I think you're being patient. E6, rook E1, yeah, still all good. H3. I think why the evaluation bar is down is because of this move. Probably, I don't know.
Wait.
Let me think actually, because this is not easy.
But I feel like
You want to put in on E5, yeah? That's fine. Yeah. Oh, maybe just simply bishop H5, because having this pawn means this king can walk onto the long side, and then you play H5. Sorry, H6, G5, and then G4. Because
I was scared of that actually, of long castles.
And here you play knight F1 and E5. Yeah, this is a big mistake. You don't play E5 when the rook is here and the king is here.
Yeah.
Okay, so here you just takes.
And I played knight G3, but I was thinking
G4.
G4. But I thought he can sacrifice the knight for 2 pawns, and then I might allow a lot of counterplay, because maybe my king side is not that great.
Probably there is a concrete plan here that after G4 takes, and then you play knight here. I mean, this knight cannot be taken because this is hanging. And then let's say you play bishop here, yeah? And now, since this knight is already protected, you move your queen, I don't know, somewhere.
I see.
Somewhere here, and then now next move you just take this bishop.
Okay, I missed knight H2.
I think that's the way to play in this position. Just not to give time for your opponent to somehow consolidate the position. But okay, you play knight G3. Your position is still fine.
Yeah.
Because again, you don't... I don't understand this idea, E5 idea, yeah? Your opponent just walks into this pin voluntarily. Bishop takes F3, queen takes F3, and castle, and bishop G5. D4. Oh, this is another mistake because...
Because I thought I can take, if he takes with bishop, I have mate threat, and you have to give up the bishop.
Oh right, takes and yeah, this is thematic, yeah. Oh, having the rook here is also very useful because
Yeah.
sometimes the rook can just go allowing this, but then takes this check and then it's just checkmate. Wow, okay, so you win a piece then right after this, and then see the finishing. I think it was all very smooth. Simplification, very
Yes.
professional.
Thank you.
It's very professional. Just one extra piece, just go for simplification. Takes here, okay, it doesn't matter how he takes
Yeah.
it back. Yeah. Check
yeah,
here, and
me-
then soon it's gonna be checkmate, and it is a checkmate. Oh, very smooth. It was good game. It was good game. I
I'm
think.
very happy.
Yeah, I think you didn't miss anything. I mean, some tactics is there,
Yeah,
but
except for G4. I looked up, but I was too scared to go for it.
yeah, G4, yeah. G4 is nice, because if bishop goes here, I think you can just takes and F4, yeah, and then you win this little knight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, everything is nice. Everything is nice. Just knight f3 is doable, but probably for in the future also you can try to add more repertoire.
Yeah,
See this one.
92. I will look at it.
See this
yeah.
one, yeah. Knight f3 is of course playable, but probably the way of playing after knight f3, this one is fine. Castle, and in this position, usually you want to play on this square.
Yeah.
So rook e1 is fine. Actually, before you do that, yeah, probably instead of knight here, queen c2. But yeah, gotta be worried of this actually, because there's this idea of knight b4 as well.
Yeah, and I also can't move the knight, and he can take on d4.
Or queen a4, but this forces your opponent to castle, because otherwise you play knight e5.
Exactly.
Yeah. But anyway, your game was pretty good. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
I cannot remember when was the last time I checkmated my opponent in a classical game.
I was really happy he allowed me to checkmate.
Yeah, it's nice of him actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I feel like not a lot of people allow it. They just resign.
Resign, yeah.
But I thought it was really nice that he allowed me, and I was really happy. And I could be like, yeah, checkmate more. So I was really happy.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Well done. And good thing you have an early rest for tomorrow's morning game. It's
Yes.
important.
Yes.
And best of luck. Hopefully you can finish this tournament off with a win.
I hope so.
All right. Thank you, Phoebe.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. 1 second. I'll put us on the
Yes.
break first before I move the scene again. Okay.
Yes.
See you guys in a bit. Okay, welcome back everyone. And yeah, there was Phoebe Witte. She is playing in the under 2200 group, and she just won her game. So 50% for her, 4 out of 8, and going strong for the next round, for the last round tomorrow. So let's also update ourselves on this game, the leader of the tournaments, Shuttle Bashev and Hammer. The last position we saw, I think it was queen a3. And then in this position, after c5, Boris took the pawn on a5, rook a8, and there's rook a7 takes, and h5. Whoa, that's trying to create something from the other side of the board. That's really nice. And after h5, Boris played g5 here, and queen takes c3. What a move! And takes, and it's drawn, is it? Check. It's drawn. Wait, if you move the bishop here, queen takes, and then I don't understand. Is it? It's a draw, because if king goes here, queen can just move back to c1, attacking this bishop, and the only piece that can protect it is the king. So wherever the king goes to g2 or g1, the queen can just simply check it again, like here. The question is if the king walks here, but I think it's just a check. And after this, there's a check like this, just in time for the king to be in a cage. So Hammer is looking quite relaxed now. He knows that it's gonna end with a draw anyway. So rook e2 already was played, queen c1. And now if king goes to h2, of course, you just keep giving checks like this. There are 3 squares for you to give a check depending on where white moves. c1, f4, g5 goes here. Of course, take one of the checking squares, c1 again. And then if this is the position, and then check here, bishop's f1, we saw that queen g5 is the move. And yeah, if king goes to h2, another check like this. If king goes here, maybe no need to give a check, but queen c1. Yeah, you have to keep protecting this bishop. So yeah, it's gonna be a draw all the way. I don't think you can afford losing this bishop. Let's say you play queen here, for example. Just give a check, and then this king is kind of tricky. Yeah, this king is so exposed, and actually probably Hammer would be happy to play this position, because looks like white is in danger. So probably after queen c1 here, you don't have anything else but to just repeat and get a draw. Okay. Still no move yet from Boris. I'm just curious to see which drawing line that he would take in this position. But he's thinking so hard. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. I think it's drawn all the way. I mean, if you play king h2, there's no hope. You just simply repeat everything, and this is repetition. But bishop f1, yeah, this is something that you have to think about. Queen takes here. If bishop here, the same thing, just comes back here. So the king has to move, right? If the king moves here, just come back here again. And king g2, I think we saw this, and queen give a check. If you move here or here, there's this check or c1. But if you move here, give another check like this. If you move here, there's this check. If you move here, there's this check. So if you move here, also the same, there is this check. Wow, okay. That's such a good save by Hammer, actually. With this h5, provoking the pawn to move to g5 and taking on c3. Because after taking on c3 here, I think you have to take this draw. So something is wrong. Something is wrong for white here. I mean, if white was playing for win, I think Boris is totally missed this idea with g5 and take on c3. What does the computer say? It's been quite equal now. Yeah, this position was equal already. I thought white was slightly better, but white is not better at all. Takes h5, g takes h5 is recommended, a3 and g5. Okay, g5, queen takes c3, rook takes e2, queen c1, it's drawn. Bishop f1 or king h2, everything is drawn. Wow, amazing. Okay, so I was predicting this was going to be a draw anyway, but I didn't know that it was going to be quite a combative draw. Yeah. Okay, I can always hop onto this game quite early later, but let's take a look at Eric's game because it was so interesting. He made a sacrifice, so let me pull back a few more moves. So in this position, after he played h4, h5, he sacrificed his knight on h5 for 2 pawns. And his opponent made a very logical move, queen c8. I think such a move should be okay, but apparently not the best move in this position. And Eric played a very good move f4. And after knight b3 here, he sacrificed another material and played f5. So he's not worried about this knight taking a1. Okay, let's actually take a look. What is going to happen if knight took the rook on a1? Is this a mate? It should be a mate, yeah? But is it that convincing? I mean, there's always a check, like perpetual if he wants to make a draw, yeah? Like, because if bishop g7, then there's f6. So should his opponent take on a1? Okay, take on a1. Now let's think if white can play for win. Probably, okay, starting with f6. Let's take a look. What's the idea? I don't know. Is there any mating attack here? Probably not. Let's grab another bishop. Bishop h6. Oh, but if that happens, then there's this check maybe. Yeah, and then king has to move, and probably queen goes to here. Or even like knight e3 probably is working. And then knight g4. Like bishop takes here. Knight g4 check. If king goes here, then give another check. Because you don't want to walk onto this diagonal. So is Eric just looking for a draw in this position? Knight takes. I still want to prove that f5 pawn, this move with f5 is working. But is it working to win or is it working to just make a draw? Whenever bishop h6 happens, there is queen check on c5. Okay, king h1. Because there's no mate coming up. In fact, in this position, probably black can play f6. Intriguing. Wow, okay. After f5, f6 is played. I mean, it's definitely always a possibility to give a perpetual, because after this, if you play bishop bishop g7, if bishop h6, there's queen c5, I just realized. And after here, there's bishop c8. Oh no, bishop c8 doesn't work because queen takes here. So okay, you cannot give bishop g7 because of this. But if takes here, it's different story. Now you can play bishop g7, and we have a draw on the first board. yeah, sorry for jumping that soon because I just would like to see the end of the game of the first board between our two co-leaders, Boris Shuttlebashev and Hammer. So we saw the position after this, and Hammer made a sacrifice here, giving up the bishop for free, but the king will always be in check. And actually, our two grandmasters, they didn't continue the game. They knew that this is going to be a draw anyway. Then after king h2, there should be some draw offer, probably from Boris, and was accepted by Hammer. And there you go. They're going to still be leading the next round. I mean, before the next round, because it doesn't matter what happens on the other board. The least that they can do is to even up the score with Boris and Hammer. So I guess coming to the last round, we will have a few players with the same points as Hammer and Boris. So we'll see. And hoping to have them on the studio, but we'll see if I can get them, because tomorrow, again, I don't want to make them more tired, because tomorrow we'll play at 11 in the morning, so you have to get as much rest as you possibly can. So we'll see if I can both of them or just one of them on the stream. It's gonna be great. And I think I will have another special guest on the studio, and I will put us on a break to set up the chair. So see you soon, and guess who that special guest is. Hello everyone! I have my favorite player of the tournament here with me. Pia is back to the studio, and she won her game for round 8, so I'm so happy as well. It was quite a comeback from you, yeah? 2 days ago, it was it was a long game. It was actually pretty sad too. Like you had like 6-hour game probably. And
close to 6 hours.
Close to 6 hours.
Close to 6 hours. Yeah, that was a long game, and of course it's very tough when you're fighting for. I just went wrong in the middle game, and I was just fighting for trying to save and half point. But in the end, I didn't manage. So it was that was tough. But it's just like that. It's just. Sometimes it's tough, and sometimes it works well.
But at least Juan is having perfect score, yeah?
Yeah, no, he's playing so well, and so much. He has so much energy and so much happiness. So I'm very
happiness,
happy.
Yeah,
very much happiness for playing, and he's very determined. He's very practical. But it's it's very, very nice.
You know, he played Scandinavia today.
What
he played Scandinavia, e4 d5.
I didn't see the opening. Yeah, I knew he was going to play, but I didn't see the opening because when I'm playing, yeah. No, he said he was going to play that today, so I knew that.
Okay, all right. Let's take a look at your game from today's. Okay, so you're playing against Shadi Xian. Okay,
yeah.
Let me change the thing. Where was that? Okay, here we go. And let's take a look from the beginning. So I think I saw. Oh, by the way, you're playing next to Urkadal, who also has the same opening.
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know. When I'm playing, I don't normally not know so much what's happening beside. Also, I don't know. I think they started later, and then I just don't. I don't know what happened in the other boards actually. Yeah, this has become very popular to play actually for black, more than before, I would say, and also for white. And you have lots of setups. Exactly. And I lots of time I put my knight on f3, but today I changed and I put the knight on e2. Yeah.
Yeah, and the difference is that you play here knight g2. The game next to you, they played knight f3.
Knight f3, yeah, these are the...
Yeah, I was just thinking, if they are looking at each other,
Yeah.
But, okay, so you didn't notice, yeah? Okay.
No, I didn't know. I had no idea about that.
All right, so queen c2, everything is pretty smooth here.
Yeah.
Like f3, I think it's pretty normal. Castle and bishop f2. Yeah, I think you're already preparing for the e4 push, yeah?
Sometimes, but he has made this b5. So I wasn't sure how I should play. This is why I play very small, slow-mo. Rook c1, I play rook c8, I play king h1, because also it can backfire if I go e4 too quickly.
Yes.
And maybe also I would have liked to have h3, and so the question was, should I go h3 and e4? But a6, the plan for him, he want to go c5.
c5, yeah.
So this is what. So I played knight f4 here, and I think this is absolutely okay for him to play this.
If c5 happens, what was the idea?
I would have taken an e6, taking on c5 and queen e2. This was my plan. I don't know. This is what I was planning, and queen e2, and just play with the bishop. I thought this was okay. That is what
probably putting the bishop here and then
sometimes
moving something like this. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be okay. The rook to d1, but it's just quite very safe, and their weakness on the white square. So bishop d7 was expected. I would say. I thought that was very expected to put the bishop on d7 like he played, and
so knight f4. Yeah,
no, I didn't know. I played rook f1, so maybe e4, but I was worried about e4. So e4 is the right, and what happens if he takes? Shall I take with the pawn and knight g4? Is this the right way of going? And now to go here, and bishop g5, this was nothing to be worried. I was a little bit concerned of that. Bishop g5, bishop e1, and then maybe sometimes bishop e1, bishop e4 is maybe not a problem because I have e1. Yeah, bishop g5, I can only go maybe f1. Rook f1, or I couldn't even go h3 maybe. Could I go just to try to kick you? Could it be some tactics? I don't know, or I don't know if there's something. Yeah, maybe just like
maybe there's queen c7 actually.
Queen c7, but after queen c7, queen c7, I have e5. I have e5. So maybe So maybe e4. Why? I was a little bit worried that it would backfire because in general this is what I want to do. Let's see. Can we go back the move here? Don't bishop e5 here. I was a little bit concerned here now, and if you go something like c5 to play for the square here now.
I think like d5 something.
d5, knight d5. So this is okay to play for me. We go d5 and we go knight d5. I just want to play for this square. And d5, and I want to go knight d5.
Maybe c4 first?
Yeah, we can kick you first. c4 here and knight d5. And maybe this is absolutely fine. I guess, okay, b4 might be coming. Yeah, because b4, but okay, I have to go knight d1, knight d3, knight f5. I don't know. No, I don't. Actually, I would have. I don't know. I was a little bit maybe queen d2, b4. Oh, I need to go knight b1. And then my queen d4. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't dare to do to go for e4 because I didn't know it was going to backfire. Maybe this is okay. Yeah, no, a3, a5 is not. So e4. So what did I do? So I played this little bit slow move. I wasn't sure rook e1 or rook d1 actually, but I played rook e1 because I wanted to control e3. And he took here now. Yeah, now he took on f4. I thought I think this is a big mistake. Yeah, maybe he could go. Something else. Yeah, this was.
Yeah, but this is a mistake. Yeah, because then you allow everything on the center like
and
this.
Now queen c2.
Queen c2. Queen
here.
b6 and then
b3. Yeah, if it doesn't take, I would go rook e5. This is why I wanted to take.
Yeah.
So I went here. I
Knight
went
d6.
g4. And now I have this tactics.
So I don't understand it. Knight b7. What is he trying to do?
I think he wants to go c5 or something. I don't know. I think it was just because he played it quite quickly. I don't know if he wanted to try something like. But c5 take. I have b4 in the end. No, it's not really. A move.
And he's not in time trouble as well. So yeah, I think I like your idea. I mean, you don't have to do anything on the queen side. You just focus on the king side.
Yeah. But it doesn't really matter where he's going. It doesn't matter.
Oh, what a tactic to finish this off.
Yeah. 95. Yeah, but
nice.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay. So for our viewers, I know this is 15-minute delay. Try to figure out what Pia had in mind because after knight takes d5, he resigned. Yeah.
Yeah, he resigned.
Okay. So this one cannot be taken because after this it's just made in force, takes here and then rook e8 and the king cannot go here because the bishop on d3. So wow, okay, that's very nice. I mean, you know what? I always like to see your game because a move like king h1, I mentioned it in my stream that I don't think Pia will play e4. Actually, in this position, I think I mentioned to our viewers here, e4 is one of the ideas, obviously, in this type of structure, that Pia will play a rook c1 first and coordinating every piece is king h1, and then at some moment when it is right, Pia will play e4.
Yeah. But I cannot go now because you have knight g4.
Exactly.
So I need to prepare. Maybe with h3. I wasn't sure h3 or king h1 what was better, but I was if I should go h3, I will also stop it. Knight to g4. But I think it's better to play. I need a little bit to coordinate my pieces.
Solid,
I need to put at least one rook on c or d1. Normally rook should be on d1 or e1, but here with b5 I wanted to have it on c1.
Yeah, because the pawn on c6 is could be the target of your attack if it doesn't go to c5.
Yeah. No, I expected him to go for c5, so I was a little bit surprised that he didn't do that. I thought that was that he could play that because I also have this weakness at e3. He had this very beautiful knight on. He can play knight c4 sometimes.
Yes, exactly.
That's why I wanted to go knight e4. I wanted a little bit to push him back first time.
Well, okay. Thank you so much, Pia. It was very instructive as usual. Your win is always a combination of positional understanding and tactical finish in the end. It's always like that, which is very good. So I will not keep you for so long because tomorrow you have to get ready for the morning round. And thanks once again. Hopefully tomorrow you can win again to finish off the tournament strongly. Thank you, Pia.
Thank you.
Ended with a draw, and we'll still lead until tomorrow. Let's see. I think all good.
Okay.
Let me change. Let me change the camera. There you go. Yes, please. So.
Okay, we both played a solid one.
Yes.
Generally, that it is tough to win for any side, but still there are some interesting tricks. And to be honest, I just forgot my line. I played too quick here, rook e1, and which happened. I simply forgot that rook d2, knight c4, g4, and I know this trick. It is a famous trick, but it is. Our viewers should know it is not a good idea to play a tempo. It is not a good idea because rook e1 is a modest move. Probably black has many ways to counter it. Rook d2 is more ambitious. I mean, black should be able to hold, but it is white who's pushing generally a little bit. And well, I didn't like knight c4 that much, but it happens. It's okay.
Yeah, we were discussing this, whether I should go knight c4 or not. I can see now that the computer thinks knight c4 is the best move.
Yes.
But the thing is, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. If not
knight e3, it looked to me kind of only move, but...
So I assume it's some kind of e5, but
Rook d8, actually.
Rook d8.
Yeah, you allow c6, but it doesn't matter. You take on e3.
And
you keep the knight on the board.
And if e5?
Well, I mean, I don't need to take on...
I mean, rook d8, there is e5.
Yeah, e5, yeah. This is what I was afraid of. We can put it on the board. I'm not even sure which rook, but I'm assuming this one.
Yes.
Yeah, because I wanted to make this work, because I wasn't too happy about knight takes bishop.
So if
but e5, like Boris
e3.
said...
Now knight takes e3, queen e3, and... bishop c4, perhaps something like that.
I mean, this is
this
is definitely not better for black. So I'm curious what the computer is saying.
e5,
knight b2. Okay, yeah, no.
Okay.
I didn't see this move.
Me neither. I intended e5.
Yeah, no, e5 was a good idea. It was the reason I didn't go for this. Because there's a lot of tricks.
Okay, but also I consider
under
rook
pressure
b1.
and this being under pressure.
Rook d8, rook b1 is also rook a b1 is also kind of fine, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
But then, of course, you have much better version. Taking bishop c4 or taking k2, you have much better version.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I spent a lot of time here. Because I didn't necessarily like taking this. I couldn't really see what else I could do. Yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. And then queen d4 was a very interesting move. I was kind of expecting e5 because it cuts off my queen from being involved, and I was looking at something like this. And then my pawns on the queen side are kind of...
Yes, it's always, but queen f5, queen c2, something,
yeah.
I mean...
I was planning some queen f5 followed by g5.
Yeah, I don't believe white has something. I think I should keep the bishops, for the moment at least, to choose maybe better moment to exchange them.
Yeah. So queen d4 was interesting, and then bishop I don't know. I guess I was just checking what your level of ambition was, but I also think it's just a bad move.
Okay.
In hindsight, I regret. I kind of wanted to go queen b5, but
queen b5 somehow I'm.
It doesn't feel great to give you a tempo with the rook, but like already I was not liking my position, and I was like, I don't understand what I did wrong.
Yeah. Yes, and I liked my position on the contrary. That's why I didn't go for repetition.
Yeah.
I tried to win if possible. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So here I thought maybe queen d7 was better, but either way, like either one of these queen moves, and I'm super uncomfortable. I thought I was under serious pressure.
Well, yes, it's tough to say where it's best for the queen.
Well, the thing is, after queen d7, there's no more.
Yeah.
Rook
Okay.
here well,
yes.
But if I can't play the plan I decided on in the end, it's like. Then maybe it's good to prevent
maybe bishop b5.
The plan that kind of worked.
e5. Bishop b5, e5.
Well, I was considering just giving up the pawn.
Yes, but I was calculating this. It looked like not working quite much.
I mean, I'm assuming it's a draw somehow, but
you have to prove it.
Yeah. Long term, you're keeping the extra pawn, at least for another 5 moves, and then, probably a draw still, but uncomfortable.
Yes. Yeah, maybe Queen D7 was more to the point. Queen D6. Yeah.
So after Rook C8, I didn't actually really see.
Yes.
How you could do something.
Yeah, H3. I think it's tricky for you to face. Yeah, for you to face.
It feels a bit slow, I think.
Yes, but okay. If you go Queen B5, you'll lose many tempos. So it's not that slow. So you played this Queen A3. I was wondering. It is there is yes, A6 or Rook D7, yes, because A5 was not working here.
Yeah,
E5 so. Now E5. It was my idea in the beginning.
Yeah, no, in general I feel like you should have managed to get E5 at some point before I got my
but
queen.
Here exactly, with the queen on E7 I cannot play E5.
Yeah.
But the queen on A3 I
and
can.
now if I take, there's queen B2, and this is the difference. Because I was thinking about that when you played Queen E7, A5.
Yes.
I was like, oh, E5 could be a very serious problem, but I think I can just take it.
Yeah, yes, here I think you can.
And it looks so scary putting your queen on the same.
F3, Rook D2. It's.
It feels like it's holding on.
Yes, that's why I was thinking so much here. Is it Queen A3 or Queen E7, which gives better chances for a win?
Yeah.
I was not sure which one of the moves.
It's always tempting to go forward.
Yes. Especially then that, of course, I knew that I'll be putting the rook, in this case, on B7. Yeah. I knew this. So it is always tempting to go to the 7th rank, not back. But E5 is quite tempting also to manage E5 for white. And, well... Yeah, as I see, the computer says 0-2, now 0-0. Okay, so it was slight mistake, as I understand what I did. But, it's impossible to guess.
Yeah. No, somehow I managed. Both of these pawns were in trouble during the game, but somehow I managed to keep them. And then, like here, he's coming in with a rook to attack. But after rook f8, I'm surprisingly safe.
Yes, but I thought Queen A3 wins a pawn. I was not so sure that you are safe, but you proved that you are.
Well,
because I was thinking I'm winning a pawn.
No, at this point, both of us were thinking we're going for the win.
And the computer says 0-0-0, as it's the case.
No, because this is the most optimistic I was for the entire game, right? Because here I feel like I've activated my pieces, I've provoked some king side weaknesses, and these pawns. I lost a pawn, but I have good prospects of regaining something. But in the end, I just because to be entirely honest, I hadn't realized you could just take it.
You didn't realize that I could take.
I don't really understand why I didn't realize this, but and now that I was here, I was like, okay, I see this draw. I'll go into the draw, and then we'll see if you make a weird decision somewhere.
Oh, okay, GH was one decision that it's possible. I mean.
Yeah. And you think I should just recapture?
Yeah, I think so. Queen E3. And I thought you have good compensation.
Yeah.
Although I was not sure Rook B8 how exactly you'll go.
They look scary for white.
Like white is very much struggling for a single move.
Yeah,
but then Boris made the he told me like you don't have that many moves either.
Yeah.
Because
G5,
after G5, I told Boris afterwards that I saw this draw, and like since I had been feeling quite uncomfortable with the pressure he had earlier, I couldn't resist just making the draw. But I kind of felt like I was better here.
But you're not. Even the computer says.
Yeah, but something like this should be somewhat uncomfortable.
I mean, let's white plays something stupid. I mean, king h2 something. How do you want to improve?
Yeah, no, because part of my problem is I want to get the king off the 8th rank, but the only way to do so is putting the king on g6, which looks kind of risky. Might still be good, but also after king h7, there's the queen coming in with the attack. So I can't leave the bottom
maybe
rank.
Maybe rook b1.
Maybe rook b6. Rook b6 is my best shot.
But you know, I can still, in some cases, attack.
What about queen a8, queen
queen,
a7?
Yeah, queen a8.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's.
I was starting to think, if he comes here,
okay.
Because at least then I managed to guard my king side, and then I can start.
F4, F5.
Okay, that's a bit too brave.
Yeah, too brave.
You're getting checkmated.
Yes, I do agree.
But it's fun though.
Yes, it's tough for you to improve with rook b8. Of course, you can play some rook b1 and take on a2.
Yeah, no, but this I can never. I actually think I want to have my king on g6, but I can never get the king to g6 without giving up my pawn.
What about moving the rook elsewhere? But I think it belongs on the b file.
I mean, I consider rook b1 with the idea just to take on a2.
Yeah, okay. And, then even I agree that there's nothing. Yeah. No, so probably it's just equal.
Yeah,
but it was the best position I had all game almost. Well, except for this rook d8, which I couldn't. Knight b2.
Okay, the fight goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so here it's just.
This is way too optimistic.
Queen c1,
and queen c1 if you want the draw, and then Boris actually thought maybe I can even play for a win. I don't know.
Oh yeah, if rook d8,
maybe without the check on g5. Rook d1, rook d8.
Well, let's take the pawn first, right?
Okay, yeah.
But you always have queen a6 and then rook moves somewhere.
Yes, but c4. That's what I noticed. There is c4. Yeah. Okay, I'm not that kamikaze player to do this, where only black can win. Yeah.
Also f3, rook f2.
So as I said, the computer estimation is pretty much normal game.
Yeah.
From both sides. Not
so we agree to draw here, but obviously and I can. There's a lot of draws here, just in case black wants to make the draw instead of.
King f3, yeah.
King f3,
here. Queen b4.
And here I think this is
yeah, it is some other player.
Yeah. So I mean,
wow. Nice. Queen c5. Look each other.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, and good luck for tomorrow. Early game tomorrow. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Just let me remove the chair. And you're gonna stuck with me now, because those two grandmasters are off to dinner and rest for the night, because tomorrow is going to be quite an exciting day. They're in contention to win the first prize too, so anything can still happen. With the draw also, it allows the players below them to catch up with the score. So, well, it's gonna be interesting last day tomorrow. All right, let's check the remainder of the game. Let's quickly see while I still have the camera on my view here. Let's go to the second board actually, because it could be very decisive here. Just take a look at the pieces on the board. That looks very interesting actually. All right, so who's better in this position? Looks like black is pushing for a win, yeah? Yeah, looks like Korpa here is trying to redeem himself from the loss yesterday. E5 is already on the board. Okay, let's see and calculate this position. If somehow there's some trade on E5 like this, what's gonna happen? Take on E5 with the knight, maybe? Because if you take this, who's better after this? Probably black. Attacking this, and also you can take this one before taking on E5. Take this one and take on E5 soon. Looks like after this E5 move, it's better for black. Because F2 and D4, they're currently under attack, and the knight on C4 is really, really nicely placed. Does the computer agree with me? Oh, actually, white is better. Wow. And what you do is knight takes E5. And after knight takes E5, bishop A3. Okay, that's why I turned the engine on, because this is so complicated. I don't know if I can handle it with my own brain. All right, bishop A3. I didn't see this move at all. Wow. And you just take the rook behind it. Okay, but queen d7 takes this one first. And you're actually fine with it. Yeah, you can just give this one for free and then put the king on h1 maybe. Wow, but e5 is already played and a5. White is still better. White is still better. This is so complicated. Black can take d4, black can play e4. Black, I mean, you should also calculate bishop takes a5, but also if bishop takes f5, then of course this leaves without any pieces there. So wow, Mats Vesby Ellingsen is probably catching up with the leader, and he might as well be co-leaders for tomorrow. And both players are in time trouble apparently, especially Mats here. Yeah, e4 just happened with only 30 seconds left on the clock, and black player has 3 minutes left. Okay, we are entering the most entertaining hour perhaps, because you can always see the reaction of the players who are in time trouble. And yeah, this could be very decisive. I mean, white is better in this position, but with such time situation, anything can still happen. Blunder might be on the way. But a b6, I think this is the right way to play. Let's check it with the computer. Probably not the best way to play. Oh, it is actually the best way. And now I think black will take on f3 immediately. And whoa, this is so complicated. What's gonna happen? If gf, you take this pawn first, ab, like that. Did it happen? It takes f3, it's already played. Oh, gf. Okay, gf, yes, and now it is black's turn to take on this pawn. Or whether he's gonna think to play this, maybe? That's also possible. But if he takes this, just queen g4 first. And after ab, bishop g5. Okay, that's not really easy to find actually. And after gf, now Mats has 44 seconds left on the clock. Whoa, things are heating up now. Things are heating up, so Korpa here is still thinking, what will he do? Okay, Mats still needs 4 more moves to go until he gets the additional 30 minutes. He must be thinking very, you know, like very focused right now, because he cannot waste any seconds on the clock without calculating any moves in this position. The position itself is very complicated. It requires his full attention. But here, I believe Korpa is still deciding which pawn that he's going to take, the f3 pawn or the b6 pawn. Just going to wait on this for a bit. I believe he's going to make his decision soon. Let's update ourselves on the standings actually, because 1 second, standings, where are you? Here they are. All right, so Benze Korpa is on 5, and on the other board, Jungmin already finished his game and he won, so he's on 6 right now. So Mats and Korpa, they are on contention to lead the tournament if anyone wins today. So let's get back to our board here. And do we have a move? No, we don't have a move yet. Korpa is deciding which one to take, but he took the b6 pawn with the queen apparently. Is it the best way to go? Queen b6 and queen g4 is the move. Okay, I'm turning the engine on because this is so complicated and we don't really have much time to analyze it. Mats himself is under a minute on the clock and he has to move really fast. Queen takes b6, 27 seconds to go for Mats. He has to move now. Queen takes b6, queen g4. Basically, white, if white wants to keep advantage, it's queen g4 because the idea is you want to protect the pawn on d4. Did he do it? He did. Queen g4 is already on the board right now. Now, how to continue? If rook takes here, then the bishop comes to g5. What's the idea of comes to g5? Probably putting the rook on the back rank at some point. Oh, rook e6 is also nice. Yeah, I don't see any threat in this position yet. So queen g4 is already on the board. Now what will Korpa do? It looks like from practical point of view, it's not that winning for white. But, well, it's also because the players don't really have much time on the clock. So probably black can still catch up. Although objectively white is still better in this position. Okay, what's gonna happen? Korpa is now closing into 1 minute left on the clock. And 3 and 4 moves to go. So Jungmin already is going to lead. So we have 3 leaders for tomorrow so far. We're just going to wait for this game to finish. If anyone wins out of this game, he is going to also lead the tournament coming to the last round tomorrow. But if this game ended with a draw, then it means we just have 3 co-leaders. 40 seconds left on the clock for Korpa, and he just moved something. We will have the move soon on the board. What did he just do? a5. Probably using the fact that the rook is hanging right now and he wants to get his pawn closing into the promotional square. a5. Okay, objectively bishop g5 is always the idea. You're putting your bishop on a square where, well, it kind of like protecting the rook on e7 later. But did he do it? Did he do it? What just happened? Rook e7. Okay, it's still pretty good and it's very straightforward because at some point you might have this attacking or matting attack on g7, but Korpa decided not to respond to it, and then he just continued with his plan, moving up the pawn to a4. And now 2 more moves to the time control. 2 more moves. 20 seconds left to go. Okay, this is getting tense. What will Mats do in this position? How can we get the queen to the back rank? Because this rook is protecting everything. He just moved something, but I didn't see what it is. What was the move? Rook g7 check. So probably he's just trying to gain time. But this is objectively a good move. As long as he played bishop g5 now. But even if he played bishop a3, apparently it's still fine. Because after bishop a3, if knight takes, what just happened? Rook here, and then you're just going to e7 and then try to get a checkmate on h7 and g7. Wow. Okay, just 1 more move for Mats to complete the 40th move, and he's gonna be happy with the extra 30 minutes. I think he just did rook a1, but unfortunately, this is the curse of the 40th move. We saw in so many games that you just make a blunder in the 40th move. Just when you 1 more move to get to the additional time control, you made a blunder. And rook a1 is now equalizing the game. Black can just play queen a5, black can play queen b5, and you're running out of ideas. Your attack around the king cannot be followed up. Okay, so Korpa has roughly a minute to complete his 40th move. What is he gonna do? Queen takes b5. That looks very, very logical. And he just did it. And now the evaluation of this position is back to 0-0. I know, it looks crazy because it's like rook is already on g7. The king on g1 is exposed. There are double pawns on the f file, but somehow the evaluation is 0-0. Okay, so this is why chess can be so brutal. You know, you're already like +2, almost +3, but somehow you made this error and you allow your opponent to equalize the game. And let's see, while I still have this view, let's see, let me move the camera. And apparently this game has just crossed the 40th move. And what's happening? It's always been very messy. Will Eric be able to capitalize his advantage? Because he was having some advantage before. I saw the position after knight b3. And here he played f5, f6 was played again, queen g6, bishop g7, and bishop takes, wait. Can you play bishop h6? Bishop h6 might be this check, yeah? And after king h1, probably, no. You cannot do that. This is hanging. Did Eric just miss it? He probably missed this. He missed that the rook is hanging. Okay, let me check the computer. But takes, and here, and now, you still cannot do bishop h6. I still have a feeling bishop h6 should be done anyway. But yeah, knight takes b3. What's wrong with bishop h6? Oh, just rook e7. Oh my gosh, I didn't see this simple move. Okay, so Eric took this knight with the bishop. With the knight, it's a better move actually. But with the bishop, cb3, rook a6, knight a4. I think all the moves look very practical. And then castle here. Oh, h5 looks very natural, but unfortunately it's not gonna make it. But all the players here making mistakes like back to back. So it is very interesting. Now black is winning. Wow, what's happening? Knight b2 and rook c1. Okay, I believe both of players are in time trouble. So let's see the current position because they just hit move 40. It's now equal, but after this move, black is somehow better. How is it possible? Bishop h6. Okay, that's the right move to go. But then after rook a1, and now this is the position. Okay, looks like it's bad news for Eric because they just hit move 40 and the position is down to like -3 position. Okay, Tor Fredriksen, the coach of the Norwegian women's team. Wow. And he's playing in a suit, very well dressed. I think he's the most well dressed player in the playing hall today. So while I'm going to put us on a break, I will have a special guest again. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back after a short break just to rearrange the chairs. I'll be back soon. Hello everyone, and I'm here now with my special guest, Axel Buvaloy, and he's one of the most talented Norwegian players. Only 16, but already almost 2,500. How many GM noms do you have?
I have 2 GM noms.
2 GM noms, just one more, and he's that close to 2,500. So I believe, well, 2024 is still a few more months. I hope you can complete your GM requirements this year.
I hope so.
Do not wait until next year, just complete everything this year.
Yes.
And today he won a game, a very nice game, and he's now on 5.5 out of 8. So just half a point away from the leaders. So let's take a look quickly at his game. So you're playing on board here, yeah? Oh, you're playing against
Yes.
Arnold Riss. He played Hammer yesterday, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let me switch to the other scene, and there you go. Okay, you have full control of the everything.
Yes. Yeah, so
Careful not to.
I was prepared to play Catalan this game, but and I saw a bit on Benoni, but what he has played earlier is with the taking on d5 late. So he has usually played like g6, bishop g7, and there my preparation was to play e4, h3, bishop d3, and take with the e pawn. So when he took right away, I was...
You're already on your own now, yeah?
Yes, but okay, I knew some theory, of course, but I wasn't really sure what to do. So here I spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out what to play, because I thought he was prepared on g3, because I knew I have
some games on there.
Some games there, but still that's the thing I know the best. So after I used about 10 minutes or a bit more actually, I decided to go for this g3. So then we played quite fast, and I didn't really remember h6, but then I got some distant memory that there was queen c1. I felt like I had seen it before, and when he started blitzing, then I knew it was the right move. Then h4, g4, and I just remember this position where it's possible to take on e3. So now I was completely out of theory. So
well, this sacrifice on e3 is very typical too in Benoni, but apparently this is not the right time to sacrifice it yet, yeah?
I think it's possible, but it's slightly dubious.
Dubious, yeah.
But I think it's certainly played before. So bishop g6, knight c4, queen e7, and here, I kind of realized that e4 was a mistake, because now I started thinking. I realized that he was in prep, so yeah. After e4, then we were both on our own. So this position was that it could go like many ways just in the next couple of moves, because if he can get his setup with this knight to h5 and he gets to play knight d7, knight e5 and take back with the bishop, then I'm just almost completely lost. I can't defend g3 and my position just falls down. So after knight h5 I felt like, or no, not after knight h5, but after knight d7 I felt like I had to play knight b5. If not, knight e5 comes and I don't really know what I'm doing. So therefore I felt like knight b5 was forced. Knight e5, take on d6, and here I thought he had a couple of options. I thought about this move b5, and with the plan is that okay, I can't take on e5, then take back.
Knight f5?
Knight f5.
But then g3 falls, yeah?
Yeah, and I thought this was just quite bad for me, because okay, the rook doesn't have...
so your bishop on g2 doesn't do anything.
Yeah, of course. So, yeah, after b5 after b5 I have to play knight f5, I thought. Takes, rook takes, knight c4, rook h5, and I didn't really know about this position, because...
Yeah, b2 falls, yeah.
Yeah, at least my king is safe now, but this bishop on g2 is really bad. He gets some compensation. I'm not really sure how this is. Okay, so this is completely playable, but probably a better option for him, because he played take on c4 followed by b5, and okay, I'm quite surprised the computer says that this is playable, because okay, in the game I thought I get my knight to c6 and
your problem solved, yeah?
Yeah, because e5,
E5 is
and d4
are controlled by the knight on c6.
Yeah, so so I thought here danger is gone. Okay, the computer says it's still okay after rook e8. Okay, I thought knight c6 and queen d6. Okay, maybe, and okay, he doesn't get his. Oh wow, rook take e5. Yeah, rook takes c5 is very strong. I only thought like this, queen e5, and okay, my king is safe now, and maybe we get into an endgame where
you can hope for your d pawn.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So okay, even though computer says rook c8 is a blunder, I felt like it was not a blunder, a mistake. I thought that was playable, because okay, after knight c6, rook c6 and takes, it's really dangerous for me, I felt.
Yeah, bishop g3, queen h4 is coming, yeah?
Yeah.
So how did you...
So, I think my only idea here is to go queen d2 after bishop g3, rook d1.
To exchange the queens, yeah. Oh, that's
queen
very
h4,
smart,
queen
that's very
d8.
smart.
So yeah, he has to go.
He has to go back.
Bishop c7. Oh wow, so e3 is a mistake. I can just take on g4. Yeah, okay, so I played e3 in this position with the plan, if queen e5 I go rook f4, and if take on h4 I go e5, but okay, wow, I just really missed
queen takes g4.
Queen g4. That's maybe a bit like
okay, king f2. Nothing after bishop g3, king f3 is safe, yeah?
Yeah.
But there's knight f6. Oh, queen c8.
Yeah.
I mean, after bishop g3.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the bishop was hanging, so I can take it. Is it? There is bishop e4. Oh, tricky though.
Yeah.
Like, you can just put it on the board so that the viewers can see what we meant.
Yeah. g3 here.
Yeah, knight f6.
I can take on g3.
Bishop e4.
Oh no, it's pinned.
Oh, it's pinned. It's pinned. If it's not pinned, it would have been nice. It's pinned. Okay. All right.
Okay, I just completely missed queen g4. Wow. So I went e3. Now queen e5. I have rook f4. So
he took.
Oh no, the computer is really unsure. It's very complicated.
Yes,
now it says it's good. Wow. Yeah. So e5, and again if takes on e5, I have queen d8. So, yeah, queen g3, and yeah, now queen f2 is only move, because I need to move this bishop, and to move this bishop I need to remove this queen. So takes, and now it says it's equal. Wow.
No, you're still good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it is equal. King h8. No, it is good. Yeah, that position is very complicated.
It's really complicated. So. Yeah. Okay, king h8 is really deep though. Well, what I thought was knight f6, but I just concluded that this same game was really good for me. And if take rook takes f4.
Interesting.
Because I thought if e takes, then the bishop gets really good on f5, and like I have no real way of breaking through. And then it's not that easy. Okay, computer says still completely winning, but thought it was still a bit difficult. Okay. There's a c4 here. It's good. But I thought what he did was really challenging. G3. And here, I looked at this bishop f7, but, I got a bit scared, I got low on time, so I decided to first play queen f3, because I thought g2 was really only move here.
But you can take, yeah?
Yeah, and then take on e3.
And rook f2?
Yeah, but my point is just that the reason I didn't take on f7 is that if I want to take on f7, I can take on f7
take it now, okay.
So I just wanted a bit more time. But yeah, I decided in the end to take on f7. And so this was quite nice calculation, which really happened in this position. Here I calculated bishop f7, but I wasn't really sure, so I just played queen f3. and then I calculated more on take on f7.
King
So
G7.
what I calculated there was king g7, take g2, queen e3, rook f2.
And after bishop g3?
Just to take on g6.
it just
and
takes,
I have
I
so
see.
much material, so
Right,
any
right.
trade just wins for me. So knight f4, queen f3. If takes right away, takes. I have rook d7 and everything just falls. If he moves the bishop.
c7, yeah.
It's like this, c7. So he has to go knight h3, and here I was a bit close to playing king g2.
Oh
and
no!
yes, bishop e4.
Walking to this pin,
But luckily I saw.
Yeah,
king
you didn't
f4
have
was
much time on the clock either, yeah?
But yeah, take on f2, take on f2, take on f2, and quite key move, rook
Rook
d7.
d7,
Because if king take d7, it might still be a
What's the difference?
win, but the point is just we get into this type of position.
Okay.
But what happens in the game just wins for me on the spot.
Oh, because you take the bishop instead of the knight.
I
yeah.
take the bishop. And if he goes anywhere else than knight e4, let's say knight d3, then I take on f7.
Yeah, and c7, I see.
So he has to go knight e4, and now I go rook d7, and he just can't stop c7, c8. So
He played at f6,
and I
then
can
takes,
just take on
yeah,
f7.
And after takes c7, yeah, it's
C7,
unstoppable.
and he
Wow.
resigned.
Wow, what a game. I mean, this is such a beautiful game. Require like precise calculation.
Yeah.
How your brain can handle that?
I don't know, it just...
No, it's
just
impressive.
happens.
It's really impressive. I was just, for next year, I think you can take my commentator seat. You explain everything very well. And I think your opponent, Alnat Rees, despite being 2100, he's totally underrated.
Yeah, he played really well.
He played
put
really
up
well,
a
yeah.
real fight.
Yesterday as well, even though he lost against Hammer,
Yeah, I
he
saw
made
that, yeah.
he made some blunder in the end, like towards the time trouble. But before that, he was just playing very
Yeah.
well. Yeah. So I think, and he's about same age as you, right?
He's born 1 year younger.
Oh, he's 1 year younger
Yeah.
even. Oh, yeah, he's totally not 2100. This is not the play, not the 2100 is playing. I mean, he's been pointing everything very well as well. But you managed to be the better player today over
Yeah.
him. So congratulations once again. And tomorrow, your last game of the tournament, anything can still happen because we at least we have 3 co-leaders: Shuttle Bashev, Hammer, and Jung Min So. We're just waiting
And
for this
also
game.
Elam. Oh no, he's...
No,
one
he's
point-
half a point behind. Yeah, only this game that we are still waiting right now. Mats was winning before, but now the evaluation comes to like 0-0. So maybe we only have 3 co-leaders. Who do you think you will play tomorrow? Anything, anyone?
Okay, who's... with black... Oh, maybe Elam actually. I might meet Elam.
Elam, yeah?
Yeah. Or maybe if, there are people at the top who need pairing.
Yeah.
So potentially Hammer I can meet.
Yeah, it's still very hard to predict the pairings as well.
Yeah.
But just take a rest tonight, have dinner, sleep early because tomorrow we'll have the last game at 11 in the
Yes.
morning. Yes, I'm rooting for you. And yeah, I'm also hoping that you can get your GM title this year. I think you're well off that level already. So thank you for being here once again. And maybe tomorrow, if you win or having a interesting game, you can come to my studio again.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Yes.
you. I will put the stream on a little break while I'm rearranging the chairs again. Hello everyone, welcome back. And that was Axel. Yes, he is a very, very dangerous player. He's only 16, but he is about to complete his GM title this year. I think if he keeps playing a few more tournaments, I'm sure with only 13 more ratings to go and one GM norm left, yeah, he's gonna get it in no time. So all the best for Axel. And meanwhile, I can start wrapping up our commentary for today. And here on the second board, looks like everything is in, how do you call it? White is nicely placed, having the rook on g7, of course. But apparently, with this pawn and the location of all the rooks, the knight, the queen, yeah, I think black will be able to defend this position. And we have three co-leaders so far: Chotelbashev, Hammer, and Jungmin Seo. So we're waiting for this one. Whoever wins this game between Mats Vesby Ellingsen versus Bensekorpa, he is going to join the co-leaders. But if he draws, then we only just have three leaders. So let's get to the fourth board. They're also still playing. It's between Milton Panzer versus Bastian Bogner. And it is a very dangerous position for the White's king. So, okay, there's a check now. There's a check. I mean, if this king managed to hide, this queen will come to h3 soon. So this is something that black has in mind, but also white has to anticipate this. So let's say the king goes to h6. What's going to happen? How to stop queen h3? Probably trying to attack this rook. But whenever the rook is being attacked, you can just take on c5 and white will have an extra... Sorry, black will have an extra pawn. Queen a1 is on the board still, and well, they hit the 40th moves like some time ago, so they have enough time on the clock to think about this position. And meanwhile, I think we can go to Eric's position while I still have the view of the camera to his board. I think we left it some time ago. Also after queen e2, queen takes c3, rook 6 a3. Okay, now it backfires. Yeah, white had a good position before, but now it backfires. It is tempting to play something like this there. I mean, of course, earlier in the game, like around here, probably in this position. Yeah. Is there any way to make a repetition or perpetual? f5 is actually the best move, but after f6, queen g4 instead of queen g6. Queen g6 doesn't hurt as well there, but queen g4 is the best because after bishop g7, what do you play? Just take on b3 with the bishop like this, and rook a6, still pretty much the same. So queen g6, bishop g7, takes, and then rook a6, knight a4, h5. Instead of taking, h5 should be played, but rook f8, and h5 is wrong, because now the queen is kicked out, and black has this counter play with knight takes b2. So if h5 wasn't played, knight takes b3 instead. Can we do the same? Bishop here, queen g3 or queen g4, and knight takes here. Knight goes to c5 right away, and knight e6 is coming. So that is the difference. With the h5, it's not happening, because now if you take the pawn on b3, queen takes c3, and it is a double attack to the knight and the bishop. Okay, rook c1, queen c7, rook a6 here. Yeah, okay, this is somehow drawish, but both of the players are in time trouble, were in time trouble. d6 or h6 should be played, but it's hard. It is a hard position. Knight takes b3 looks very logical, but somehow it is not the right move to play. Knight c4, and bishop f2, bishop h6, rook a1, knight e3. Okay, queen e2. What happens then? Queen takes c3 and then rook a3. Still not the end of the world. I mean, yeah, computer evaluates this as -4 for black, so black is totally winning. But this position is very complicated still. So yeah, anything can still happen, although of course objectively black is in the driver's seat. So yeah, but Eric has been playing pretty well. Just miss a few things, especially when he gets into the time trouble. Couldn't think of a better evaluation. And yeah, anyway, I think there are still more games on this venue, but let's start to wrap this up. Yeah, so 3 co-leaders, and I guess the second board will end with a draw anyway. So yeah, who's going to play against Jungmin So tomorrow? Because Jungmin So, I think he is leading for the first time in this tournament. He was playing white, so probably he's gonna take on Hammer, because Hammer was playing black. And Boris Jatolbashev will take some other player, probably with half a point behind. So probably that's gonna be our last pairing. But anything can still happen, even if they're leading before tomorrow's round. If they lose, then some of the players with half a point behind can still take over the leaderboard and win the first prize. All right. Well, it was another interesting day at the office, but unfortunately I have to wrap things up right now. Thank you for anyone who's been supporting me and our Lichess community, of course, on Twitch and YouTube. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll start the game 6 hours earlier than usual. It's going to be played at 11 in the morning local time in Trondheim, Norway. Thanks again for watching and tuning in with us, Lichess. I'm Irene Sukandar, hosting this Lewis Chess Legends Tournament, first edition of this year. And see you again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Trondheim, Norway time. So thank you. Have a good evening and bye-bye.